And good morning from New Orleans. Happy Mardi Gras, everybody. This is Kelly Schultz with New Orleans and Company, and this is my beautiful co-host, Diane Lyons. And we are so excited to be out here on beautiful St. Charles Avenue. This is a picture-perfect day for a Mardi Gras parade.
It is 60 degrees, beautiful sunshine, and it's carnival season in New Orleans, which means we've been doing this for the last 5 days, and we have 3 more to go. And then it's Mardi Gras Day. We're so excited to be here and broadcast for you live. The first parade is Okeanos.
Yeah, and the parade has just started, I've been told. It started way down on Napoleon and St. Charles Avenue. So we're a little bit further down St. Charles Avenue, so it's going to take us a little while for the parade to get to us. But we are so happy to be here on the NOLA.com parade cam. We want to welcome all of you who are watching at home. We wish that you were here. We hope that you'll plan a trip to come here next year. And we also want to thank today's sponsor, which is Entergy. We will be recognizing Entergy throughout the day, and we really appreciate their support.
We are so
and
excited.
Also the message board sponsored by Entergy. The message board is sponsored by Entergy. So we want to hear from you today.
And if you'd like to follow us, you can go to NOLA.com and also the Entergy chat room, right? And then you can post your messages, and we'd love to hear from you so we can answer your questions as the day goes on.
Yeah, so you can do that. You can also find us on Facebook and YouTube. We want to hear from you. And so please let us know where you are. Let us know what you think about Mardi Gras. We want to hear your stories. If you had a fun experience in New Orleans, or you may be planning to come next year, we certainly hope so.
Right. Next year, Mardi Gras is a little early, February 15th.
February 13th, I think, next year. So.
Next year's February 13th.
Yeah.
So you should book your tickets now, because we have been Mardi Gras since last Wednesday, every day. And y'all, this has been the best ever. People want to get out. They want to be on the streets. It's unbelievable. The crowds have been fantastic. It's very safe. And now we're going to hear a video from Arthur Hardy's History of Mardi Gras.
There we go. Let's go to the video.
There are about 60 parades in the metro area during Mardi Gras season, and there's some preseason parades. In New Orleans, there are about 60 parades in the metro area during Mardi Gras season, and there's some preseason parades. In New Orleans, there are 34 parades during that 12-day parade season, the official parade season. There's something for everybody. You just have to decide what is it that you're looking for. Parades like Rex, Babylon, and Hermes will always have classical themes, like the wonderful Proteus Parade, which is a classical parade. By design, it doesn't have many floats. It doesn't want many floats. It's a relic from the 1800s. Its purpose is just to show you what Mardi Gras used to be. We have at least 3 parades that are heavily satirical, a lot of political satire. The Knights of Chaos, Les Coups d'Etat, to a lesser extent, Muses, which is, we could spend 3 hours talking about them, a female crew that's out of sight. Talks sometimes deals with some satire. The parades that feature celebrities are Bacchus, who Bacchus himself, the guy Bacchus, is always a guest celebrity. One person, not a king, he's a god. Bacchus parade has several we call signature floats. There's something called a Baccha Whopper. There's a King Kong float. The Endymion parade, they have guest entertainers who ride on the floats and entertain in their little post-parade party. I say little in quotes, it's at the Caesars Superdome. The Endymion parade is something called the Pontchartrain Beach Float, 9 floats connected, and it's a couple hundred feet long. You know, it's just amazing. And to see these things move down the street. And then the Orpheus parade, one started in 1994 by Harry Connick Jr. He sometimes rides. He'll have 10 or 15 different celebrities every year in his parade. So those are the big celebrity crews. There are others who will bring in celebrities on occasion, but if celebrities are your things, Bacchus, Endymion, and Orpheus are your parades. And these are all night parades, and they're considered super crews because of their size and quality.
Hi, my name is Vion Sigu Lewis, and we're sitting in my beautiful courtyard at Vion's Restaurant. This building here was an old historic building, and we decided that it would be a beautiful French restaurant. So we embarked on this project about 3 years ago and transformed it into what you see now. We serve continental classic French cuisine. We celebrate a lot of areas of southern France, which is where my family is from. My favorite is our seafood bouillabaisse. It has local seafood, it has scallops, mussels, and shrimp, and we do our own homemade seafood base. And it's very delicious. We always do cocktail specials. We call it our French aperitif, which is our French happy hour. So we offer like cocktails that are paired with like different classic French dishes and things like that. So we have a lot of fun doing cocktail hour. We've been voted one of the most romantic restaurants in New Orleans. And we've had people that come here and just feel the ambiance, feel the love, just feel like they want to propose. And so basically we've had people just get on their knees, both men and women, and propose to people. And we've had people that have proposed that have had their weddings here. And so that's been really fun to see the proposal, then to see the wedding has been a lot of fun. So we get a lot of weird things happening in this courtyard. Mardi Gras is our favorite time of the year. We have a lot of Mardi Gras parties here. We host a lot of Mardi Gras crews here. We've had balls here. We've had Mardi Gras weddings here. We've had everything Mardi Gras here. We actually celebrate Mardi Gras year round. We get people that come before the parades that are kind of resting and getting ready to board their floats to ride their floats. And then we get people after the parade that are totally exhausted that just want to exhale, have some good French food, and eat and relax a little bit. And then we get the crazy tourists that come and want to drink and have a good time and keep partying all night long. We are so looking forward to this Mardi Gras. We are beyond excited. We are so looking forward to welcoming the locals as well as tourists.
In New Orleans, there's a festival for everything, including your favorite foods. From sweet to savory and classic to innovative, Beignet Fest in City Park has it all. Crawfish beignets, Oreo beignets, the list goes on. Local musicians take the stage throughout the day, adding to the celebration. Hop over to the lakefront for the National Fried Chicken Festival. Crispy, double dip, extra spicy, fried chicken is served a lot of ways down here. Come sample some of the best at this fest. Crescent City Blues and Barbecue Fest features 3 days of live blues and jazz performances, a local art market, and the city's best barbecue vendors all downtown in Lafayette Square. Nothing says New Orleans like great music and great food. We can't forget about Oak Street Po' Boy Fest. Join the block party in Uptown Carrollton neighborhood. Multiple stages of live music, an arts market, and po' boys galore. Everything from fried oysters po' boys to shrimp bommy to vegan mushroom po' boys. Let your taste buds run wild.
This is what we work for. The moments you live for. The joy. The heart. The wonder. At Entergy, we're dedicated to powering each moment. Today and for future generations. So we're leading the way with a cleaner, more reliable power grid to power every day. Because these moments matter. We power life. Entergy.
Let's get away to exploring new lands, ancient lands, or somewhere over the rainbow. Ready to break free? Book your cruise today and discover the world with Norwegian.
Hi there, we're back and we're here for Okeanos Parade today. This parade has been rolling for a long time and they have 24 floats. It is, or 25 floats. The king this year is Robert Pfister, and the queen is a lovely young girl called Caitlin Ann Sumich. And the parade started 80 years ago, I believe. It's one of the oldest, and it started in a different neighborhood. Years ago, the parades in New Orleans were from different neighborhoods. This one now is filled with a huge crew. I think it's close to 1,800 people that ride, and we've got great throws. A throw is something you get, you know, unlike any other place in the world, New Orleans has throws for parades. We actually don't understand when we go to your city and your parade doesn't throw anything. So we'll be getting lots of throws today, and I'll be talking about those more, but it was named for the god of the oceans. And one of the things they're throwing today, which I think is really great, is a sand bucket. Quite sustainable and very fun. So this will be a great throw for people to catch today, and I'm going to hand this over to Kelly.
Yeah, thank you, Diane. So once again, I'm Kelly Schultz with New Orleans & Company. This is my co-host, Diane Lyons. Diane is a business owner here in New Orleans. She's the owner and CEO of a company called Accent, which is a wonderful event planning company. And we are so happy to be here at NOLA.com. And thank you, huge thank you to our sponsor, Entergy, for making today possible. It is really a gorgeous day out here. I hope you guys can see. It is
beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful. It's probably 60 degrees.
Yes,
Like it's a little
yes.
bit, we're kind of
And
warm
very
up
sunny.
here.
And
Yesterday
we've got our sunscreen on, so dermatologists out there, do not worry about us. We are protecting our sun.
You know, yesterday it was freezing, and a couple days ago we had some rain. But today, tomorrow, and Mardi Gras Day is going to be absolutely perfect weather. You know, I wish you guys could see, you can see where we are. I mean, this is lined with families. Many people think of Mardi Gras. They think, oh, maybe it's not appropriate for me to bring a family. They are absolutely, there are families, there are grandparents, there are kids out here. They've had their chairs and they're, you know, they've been camped out. They've got their coolers. People have been eating. It's really like tailgating. For those of you who have never been to Mardi Gras, you don't realize it's almost like a tailgating atmosphere leading up to the parade. And the parade that we are waiting for right now is Okeanos. It has been rolling here down St. Charles Avenue. Hasn't gotten to us yet, but it's on its way.
Yes, it'll be here shortly. But if you're enjoying the parade cam today, please support our work by subscribing to NOLA.com. We've got a special deal right now for parade cam viewers. And this is motorcycle police coming through. They're clearing the way for the parade, and they have VIP vehicles. It looks like kings and queens coming for further parades.
Someone's coming through. That's important. That's
it's probably the
sure.
Queen of Rex going
Probably.
to the Boston Club or something today,
yeah.
or the Queen of Okeanos.
Yeah.
We love that. So let's talk about this webcam. So we have a real special for you today. You can get 6 months of unlimited digital access for just $1. I mean, that's nothing. $1 is what it costs to park, you know, like
Exactly.
$1 is. Anyway, that's unlimited access to all our award-winning coverage of local news, sports, and culture. And you can just subscribe. Go to NOLA.com and subscribe today and follow us and send us questions.
So we want to hear where you guys are from too. If you are watching this at home, of course we wish that you were here with me and Diane and you were actually at Mardi Gras. But if you are not and you're watching from home, please tell us. Join the Entergy comments section and tell us where you're watching from. I want to say hi to my friend Shar. I know she is in Jacksonville, Florida. She texted and said that she's watching, and she's actually home making gumbo today. Shar's my dear friend. She's from New Orleans. She loves the city. I know, Shar, you wish you were here. But tell us, if you're watching from home, tell us where you're watching from. If you have a favorite Mardi Gras memory, maybe you've been to the Okeanos parade before. Tell us what your memories are and what you love about New Orleans Mardi Gras. Or if you have any questions, we'd love to try and answer any questions that you have. So it looks like there's no more traffic coming through here, but the streets people are just walking the streets. They're throwing footballs. They're really just enjoying this beautiful weather
It's so beautiful.
and enjoying each other's company. Many of these folks are actually locals, I think.
They are.
Who have probably been coming out to this spot year after year. We're lucky to have these beautiful stands here at NOLA.com so we can see what's going on from above, but it's just a beautiful day. and people are really out here enjoying themselves, don't you think?
Yes, I think it's an amazing day. I have friends who came out on the route this morning at 7:30 to get a good place. And that's what we do in New Orleans. You know, people think that New Orleans is all the French Quarter, but really as locals, we love the French Quarter, of course. It's our historic district, and there's always beautiful views from the balcony. But we really love being with families here on St. Charles Avenue. And you have got to plan a trip here. I don't care whether it's 24 or 25, but it is just an amazing experience. You need to come and stay for 5 days because it's a little crescendo that builds. And today, this Mardi Gras Sunday, is one of the better days going into it. But yesterday was fabulous. Friday was unbelievable, Mardi Gras.
Oh my goodness.
And now tomorrow is Lundi Gras, and we get Tuesday, of course, is Mardi Gras Day, and that is Fat Tuesday, which is a medieval holiday. You know, that started way back in the mid 1500s, and it was about celebrating the boeuf gras, or the fatted calf, before they started fasting and praying. It is a Catholic holiday in New Orleans.
But it is a Catholic holiday, but one that is enjoyed by people of many religions, any walk of life, no matter where you are from. New Orleans is welcoming and open to you. We are an inclusive, diverse, beautiful city that loves to welcome people. Tourism is our #1 industry. Events like Mardi Gras are big business for us. You know, so many people make their living here related to tourism or the cultural economy. So planning a trip here really does help, you know, the business owners like Diane
Yes.
and her company that helps produce events, and all of us at New Orleans and Company work so hard to promote tourism so that the musicians and the artists and the chefs and the store owners, tour guides, anything you could imagine.
And the
anyone,
people that create boas.
people who make boas, people who make these
headdresses.
headpieces. I mean, I
It
hope
is
we
a
don't look
year-round
ridiculous
economy.
out here.
Yeah, it's a year-round economy. It is always fun. And as an event planner, we can replicate these type of events. Well, not with 1 million people, but you can have your own private parades for groups.
Yeah.
You can have second lines and bands. You know, it's all about the culture. The Mardi Gras Indians, which we'll talk about later
Yeah.
today. It's a very cultural experience.
Okay, Diane, look, so we're getting
Wow.
some updates of who's
Utah.
watching us on the chat. We've got Utah, Virginia, Idaho, Las Vegas, and Belgium. Hello,
Our
Belgium.
French friends. Oh,
Hello.
bonjour.
It is so nice to have you guys here. We're so happy you're watching. Thank you. We hope that you will plan a trip to come to New Orleans next year. Tell us if you have a favorite memory. Have you been to Mardi Gras? Do you have something you want to share with us? Do you have a question? Do you wish that you were here? My friend Shar is home. I know she wants to be here so bad. She's making gumbo today. So tell us what you're doing, but we are so grateful that you are here with us throughout the day on
We
the
are so
NOLA.com.
excited because, you know, Mardi Gras itself, the carnival season is like a gumbo, Kelly. It is a mixture of people from all walks of life. Everyone can have a crew or be part of a crew in New Orleans. It doesn't matter if you're the garbage man, who we adore in this city, or the head of a corporation. You can belong to a Mardi Gras crew.
That's
It's
right.
spelled KREWE. And that is an organization paid for by the people who ride. The city of New Orleans does not pay for this. Oh my God, do you see that? We have someone from Uruguay.
We have Cape Cod, North Carolina, Hay, Wisconsin, and also Uruguay in South America. So I want to say to my friends in Wisconsin, you may recognize this Granny Strong bracelet that we're wearing. So
Love the Grannies. We're so
the
excited.
Grannies, you all may know the dancing Grannies from the Minneapolis area, or excuse me, the Milwaukee, Wisconsin area. They're the crew that had a terrible tragedy a few years ago at their holiday parade, and someone tragically attacked that parade and killed several of their members. Well, I'm happy to say that the Dancing Grannies are guests in New Orleans today. We're going to see them
We're gonna
later
get to see
in the
them.
Toth parade.
So
They
you
are here
have to Stay
marching.
tuned. We have 3 parades today.
Yeah.
We start with Okeanos, which, as we said, is a big parade, and it is named for a Titan king for the Greeks. He was the king of the oceans, and so you're going to see a lot of ocean-themed floats today, and the past queens and the present queens, and these floats are all created by a local company called PFJ's Floats. So if you all have comments, please let us know. We're so glad you're tuned in. I wish you were here.
Yeah,
You're going to see an
beautiful.
experience like nothing else. So book it now. Come to New Orleans for next year, 23 or 25, when we'll be hosting the Super Bowl.
That's
right
right.
after that.
We're doing Super Bowl in 2025. So I know the folks in Las Vegas are getting ready for Super Bowl. It just happened in Arizona, and we are going to welcome the Super Bowl home here to New Orleans in 2025. So we're looking forward to that. You know, things like Mardi Gras and Super Bowl, that's really what New Orleans does so well. And
We
Diane,
do. We host, you know, it's a very walkable
And-
city. You can walk, I can walk from here to the French Quarter in about 10 minutes. I can walk from here to the Uptown parades in about 30 minutes. So it's a very walkable city. The Superdome is downtown. We have, 30,000 hotel rooms right in the walking districts downtown. So
yeah,
it's
you know,
amazing.
we like to say, Diane, that we're built to host.
And that is so true.
And we actually have a video about that.
Yes.
So we're built to host, whether it's a Mardi Gras or a convention or Super Bowl. That's what we do so well. So let's take a look at this video about why New Orleans is built to host.
Our people are the reason New Orleans is built to host. Our people create our culture, the music, the food, and so over the past several years, New Orleanians, local businesses, and global hospitality have been hard at work enhancing the visitor experience here in New Orleans. We just welcomed a brand new Four Seasons and Virgin Hotel to the community, and great off-site venues like View Orleans and Jam NOLA and Sazerac House. Not only do we have new hotel developments opening in the city, but really incredible renovations and expansions at existing businesses, including Caesars, which is adding a new hotel tower, the Ottoman Institute renovating its space along the river, the addition at the World War II Museum, and many, many others. And so what this ensures is every time a visitor comes back to our city, they have a new experience in one of the most iconic and authentic destinations in the country. One of the things that makes New Orleans so unique is how compact our downtown area is. The French Quarter, the Warehouse District, the Superdome, Smoothie King Center, the Convention Center, everything's in a 2-mile radius. And so when you're here for a meeting or an event, you really get the sense that you're a part of our community.
We've embarked on a transformative $557 million capital improvement plan, which includes interior modernizations and a complete makeover of our exterior experience. We have a new 7.5-acre pedestrian park that spans the length of the building. We have also completed extensive energy-efficient upgrades. The improvements we have made helped us achieve our first LEED certification. With our steadfast commitment to innovative delivery of exceptional event experiences and a world-class destination, we're proving every day that our convention center is built to host. Follow the New Orleans Ernest N. Morial Convention Center on social media or visit our website at mccno.com.
The National World War II Museum is the #1 attraction in New Orleans and tells the story of the American experience in the war that changed the world, why it was fought, how it was won, and what it means today. Now, through its newest attraction, the museum is bringing to life the stories of the World War II generation like never before. Expressions of America is a new outdoor sound and light show that combines special effects with music, art, and personal reflections from the 1940s. The nighttime experience includes delicious food and drink options, a custom exhibit, and a live theatrical performance before the sound and light show begins. Stunning visuals 90 feet tall transport audiences back in time and offer an intimate glimpse into what life was like for the men and women who served our country in every way imaginable. Expressions of America is an unforgettable evening for all ages. Experience this immersive show on its own with a 3-course dinner at the American sector or along with a daytime visit to the museum. Visit expressionsofamerica.org to learn more and purchase tickets.
Hi, I'm James J. Reese, Rex official. It's the 150th anniversary of Rex, the King of Carnival. Visit the Presbyterian Museum to see costumes and gowns, never before seen crown jewels, a parade float, and much, much more. Rex, the 150th anniversary of the School of Design exhibit is open now. Visit to learn about Rex, the King of Carnival.
Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime exhibit at the Presbyterian Museum on historic Jackson Square. Visit LouisianaMuseums.com for tickets and more information. Hail Rex!
We are Tulane doctors. Physicians and scientists working side by side to advance academic medicine, develop state-of-the-art medical treatments, and provide inspired patient care throughout the Gulf South. Two-Lane Doctors. The future of medicine is here.
Hi, I'm James J. Reese, Rex official. It's the 150th anniversary of Rex, the King of Carnival. Visit the Presbyterian Museum to see costumes and gowns, never before seen crown jewels, a parade float, and much, much more. Rex, the 150th anniversary of the School of Design exhibit is open now. Visit to learn about Rex, the King of Carnival.
Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime exhibit at the Presbyterian Museum on historic Jackson Square. Visit LouisianaMuseums.com for tickets and more information. Hail Rex!
This is what we work for. The moments you live for. The joy. The heart. The wonder. At Entergy, we're dedicated to powering each moment. Today and for future generations. So we're leading the way with a cleaner, more reliable power grid to power every day. Because these moments matter. We power life. Entergy.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Happy Mardi Gras from beautiful St. Charles Avenue in New Orleans. My name is Kelly Schultz. I'm with New Orleans & Company. We are proud to be a sponsor of the NOLA.com Parade Cam. This is my friend and co-host Diane Lyons, who is a business owner here in New Orleans, also a native New Orleanian and a wealth of knowledge about the city, I must say. So we want to talk for a second about the Louisiana State Museum. New Orleans' most historic Mardi Gras crew is featured in an exclusive exhibition at the Presbyterian Museum. You can see crew costumes and gowns, crown jewels, and rarely seen artifacts. You can learn more about the exhibition, which is called Rex, the 150th anniversary of the School of Design, by visiting the LouisianaStateMuseum.org. And hail Rex. Rex is the King of Carnival that rolls on Tuesday. Today we are here for the Okeanos Parade, the first of three we're going to see today.
Exactly. Today we're seeing Okeanos, followed by Mid-City, a very old parade, and then the final parade will be Toth, which is another parade that we'll give you all the details on later. Many of these parades have Greek names because of the mythology and the stories that the Greeks told. So Okeanos is one of those, and it is all about being the titan of the oceans. So you'll find the themes today. We have Bacchus tonight, which is an amazing parade.
Tonight.
Yes. Yep. So, you know, Kelly, when I was a child, the parades were much smaller and they threw very few throws. So now, Bacchus came along in the late 60s and they started with enormous bags and trinkets and things to throw. So you could catch Kelly's headdress. You can catch, today, we have like a rubber ducky. Is that the cutest thing?
Very
cute.
You
can take this home to your children. And I think most people, again, don't realize, Kelly, that Mardi Gras is really a family event. In New Orleans, we live for it. It's a gumbo of crews, spelled K-R-E-W-E. They get together and plan themed ideas. Now, we've got somebody today from Oklahoma.
Yes, we are getting
Houston, Colorado, and Francais. You also have Mardi Gras, Michigan, and Philadelphia. Take it away, Kelly.
Thank y'all for joining us. We are so happy to have you here. Thank you for watching. We love hearing from people all over the United States and all over the world. We've got folks watching from Belgium, from South America, from France. We are so honored that you are taking time to watch us, and probably where you are, it's a normal Sunday, but we want you to plan a trip to New Orleans. Come and visit us next year. This is the furthest thing from a normal Sunday here in New Orleans. It is a beautiful sunny day. This parade route is full of people. The parade is not even here yet. It's still making its way to us down St. Charles Avenue. So when you say New Orleans is family friendly, where we're standing right now really does prove that.
Yes, I hope you can see the pictures of the kids, the people in costume. There's a little girl in the street right now playing football with her brother. You know, we wait for the parades by bringing lounge chairs, and we have baskets and everything that we need to sit for hours. Of course, we have ice chests, and some people are even barbecuing. Can you smell that barbecue?
You know, the best way to describe it, I think, is like tailgating. You know, like people are lined up like you would before a football game, but here they are waiting for the parade.
We just wear a little more bling.
Yes, can you tell? Like we're not blinged out enough, I don't think. But this is so much fun, and we're so glad that you all are watching the NOLA.com parade cam. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for taking time out of your day. And we just got an update that the parade is making its way down St. Charles Avenue. It's on Pennison Street. So it's getting here. Okeanos will be here soon. So thank you so much for watching. And Diane, I think you brought some cool throws.
I
you
did.
Can give a
so
preview,
let's talk about throws.
A preview of what people are going to be throwing from these floats as soon as Okeanos gets
not
here.
On us yet, though, so we'll wait a minute. They're looking at their street views.
Yeah.
There we go. Look, so this year, more and more floats and crews are becoming quite sustainable. You know, we love our beads and our trinkets, but this is a magnet. Now, I love magnets, and you know, I can't put it on my refrigerator now, but now I put it on my washing machine. So it's got the notes in it and everything. This is a cool throw.
Yes.
I also want to show you, they have a block bead this year, and the block bead spells Okeanos.
Okeanos,
I think
very
you should
pretty.
wear this one eventually.
Okay.
So
Very
look, it
pretty.
says the letters Okeanos. This is a new type of bead. I don't even know if you can see it. I have to keep turning the letters. There we go.
Yeah, and it's not uncommon for any of the crews to
They
throw beads
also
with their
have a lot
with their
more
logo on
sustainable beads. They have a crawfish tray this year. Now, if y'all don't know, we love crawfish. They're little mud bugs in your part of the world. You get them out of ditches and under rocks. We take them out of bayous and rivers, and we bottle them up with spicy stuff, and they are so good. So this year, as another sustainable throw, instead of a plastic bead, I have to get down here and get you a crawfish tray to show you.
That is actually really smart. You know, I hope if you eat boiled crawfish, I love boiled crawfish, and it's so good. Sometimes it's a little spicy, but you know, you got to get your hands dirty. If you want to peel boiled crawfish, don't be afraid to get your hands dirty. It is so good. And here's the tray.
This is so cool. Look at all the stuff on the tray so I can show it to you. I mean, I have so many trinkets. I have so many trinkets. I'm sorry, I got overwhelmed. You know, that's the thing about Mardi Gras. When you start catching throws, you may come to a parade and you're like, this is nice. You know, it's not as pretty as my parade back home, but it is pretty. And then somebody starts throwing you things like this, and then you get a thing like this, which is, you can always use a tray.
Tell them what you do with this.
This is
for crawfish.
Yes. Okay, so let's say it's a beautiful Sunday like today, and probably in backyards around New Orleans before the parade, people have boiled sacks of crawfish. They come from the bayous of Louisiana. We wash them a little bit. We put them in hot boiling water with garlic and sausage and all kinds of spices. Lots of spices, lots of cayenne and Tabasco and onions. And then we make this huge boil. We put paper on the table and lots of these trays. The trays are fantastic because you eat and put your leftovers on one side and then you dump them. This is a great throw to get today.
And
I'm
a
so
sustainable
excited about
throw. You know,
a sustainable throw.
I'm so glad that you said that because there really is a lot of work underway to make this Mardi Gras more sustainable. New Orleans and Company, the City of New Orleans, lots of other partners are doing something this year called Recycle Dat. You all may be familiar with our Who Dat chant for the New Orleans Saints, and so there's a program this year called Recycle Dat. And I will tell you that the stations, the amount of glass and aluminum cans and bottles that they have collected is absolutely unbelievable. So we are working to make Mardi Gras more sustainable. We got a lot more people joining us from Connecticut, from Texas, Long Island, New York, Palm Desert, California. Thank y'all so much for joining us. I want to give a message from one of our sponsors, from Tulane Doctors. The future of medicine is here. Tulane Doctors are the physicians and scientists working side by side to advance medicine, develop new treatments, and provide inspired patient care for generations to come. You can visit TulaneDoctors.com to find your own Tulane doctor and ensure you won't catch more than beads. So thank you to our sponsor, Tulane. That's cute.
Thank you so much. And we love being sponsored by Entergy today.
Yes.
They are a wonderful company here in Louisiana. They take care of us during storms. They always make sure that we're back online. And Entergy does so much for us. And I always praise those linemen. You know, they're the bravest men I know because they climb the lines and they fix our electricity and they respond pretty quickly. So we love Entergy, and I want you to look at NOLA.com to look at us and follow us, okay? Yes. And then we're on Facebook, right?
We're on Facebook, we're on YouTube, of course, we're on NOLA.com. We got lots of great content for you today. Diane and I are going to be here all day. So there are 3 parades rolling today. The first is Okeanos. It's making its way down here. It hasn't made its way here, but the parade is rolling. So in just a little while, you're going to see the parade live. You will see the floats. You'll hear the amazing bands. Let's talk about the amazing marching bands. that are in these parades.
Yes, so there are actually 80 pieces in this parade coming because you have a marshal who actually keeps the parade running on time, and you'll see them in convertibles. You have captains and lieutenants who are members of the crew, and they'll be on horses and in convertibles. And then you've got queens and maids and friends of queens, and that's a lot of parades. And then we start with the magnificent floats. So today, the theme of this is festivals around the world. So if you were watching from Maui or somewhere else in the world, I think Versailles has a festival. There is a float festival for just about French Quarter Fest, of course, which is another great time to come visit New Orleans.
After Mardi Gras, we go right into spring festival season. So that's another reason to plan a trip here and come visit. You know, we hope that we're making you want to come visit New Orleans. Just look at around us. I mean, this is, you know, Diane, we might want to explain why there is toilet paper in all of the trees.
And beads.
The trees are full of beads, and there's also a lot of toilet paper in the trees, which looks kind of funny, but that is from a crew that
Tucks,
rolled yesterday called Tucks, and they are famous for throwing toilet tissue, and it gets stuck in the trees. So if that's what you're seeing behind us.
But it is biodegradable.
It is biodegradable, yes. So that's one of my favorite things of being in New Orleans is driving around, and really for weeks after Mardi Gras, you will see these beads still in the trees. It's really quite beautiful,
It is quite beautiful. And you know, there's artists in the French Quarter that paint, love this woman, Lorraine Joquin, and she paints bead trees and sells them. And wow, we have somebody who just came from Brazil where they have a great carnival too.
Hello, Brazil.
Hello,
Thank
Brazil.
you for joining us.
And hello, Florida and Delaware and Ohio.
So many people are joining us from all over the world. We're so happy to have you guys here on the NOLA.com Parade Cam, sponsored by Entergy today. I am Kelly Schultz with New Orleans and Company. Diane Lyons, my co-host, is the CEO and owner of a company called Accent here in New Orleans. Diane, tell us about your company a little bit, because you are directly involved in events and big parties like Mardi Gras.
That's correct. We are a destination management consulting firm. We plan meetings and events in New Orleans and elsewhere, but really our home is here. And after Katrina, we really got focused to bring more business back, and we are cooking. You know, COVID hit everyone in the United States, but right now corporate meetings and events and associations. I mean, this year New Orleans is hosting the American Academy of Dermatology, the American College of Cardiologists,
and your
American
company
Library.
works with many of those
yes,
groups.
we do work with those big associations. We plan their transportation, and many times we plan parades for them, and Mardi Gras parties and decor, of course, are part of it all. Oh, we have something to talk about here, right?
Another word from another sponsor. Why don't you look and see what's going on behind us, Diane, because something's coming up. But I want to mention another word from another sponsor, which is Miller Lite, the best of New Orleans. Oh, and Diane has a little prop here.
This shirt is so cool.
So meet Brew Drew Delight. This is the shirt. That's the theme of the shirt. So in 2022, thousands voted in a naming contest for this Mardi Gras party animal. And now he is the gator that has a name. If you want to enter to win the Brew Drew, I hope I'm saying that right, Brew Drew, Boudreaux, excuse me, I should know that, I'm from Louisiana. Boudreaux, thank you, Boudreaux Delight t-shirt from Gambit. You can visit thebestofneworleans.com/Miller Lite and upload your parade pics. So the photos must include something with Miller Lite. You update your photos, and more than 100 people will win t-shirts, but you must be 21 to enter. So thank you, Miller Lite. Thank you, Brew Drew.
Look at this. And we didn't talk about the colors of Mardi Gras. You know, we believe, you may not, but purple, green, and gold. Green, purple, green, and gold, like this boa, this shirt.
This is a great shirt. This is a good quality t-shirt.
It's a great quality. And it's got a gator, of course, because we're from Louisiana, and you know, there are gators 20 miles from here out in the swamp. But purple, green, and gold are the traditional colors of Mardi Gras. This is a beautiful shirt. So enter now.
All right, so now the parade is making its way down to us, not quite to us yet, but it's getting here. It is at Louisiana and St. Charles. Those of you who know the city, you know where that is. So it's making its way uptown, and it's on its way downtown where we are. And I'll tell you, it is just, I keep saying this, it is such a beautiful day here. The sun is shining. It's really beautiful. And I'll tell you what, you know, a lot of these people have been out here eating as they are getting ready to watch the parade. People are probably doing crawfish. You can definitely tell some people are maybe doing some barbecue grilling out here. Of course, there are lots of great restaurants along the route. Food is a big thing in New Orleans, and we have
So why
tons of
do people come here, Kelly? They come for the food.
come for the food for sure,
And the people.
and the people,
And the parades
music.
and the festivals. So we're going to talk about fall food festivals. So Kelly, hit that one.
So we love food in New Orleans, and we love festivals. So let's take a look at a few food festivals that are going to happen this fall.
In New
We
Orleans,
begin-
there's a festival for everything, including your favorite foods. From sweet to savory and classic to innovative, Beignet Fest in City Park has it all. Crawfish beignets, Oreo beignets, the list goes on. Local musicians take the stage throughout the day, adding to the celebration. Hop over to the lakefront for the National Fried Chicken Festival. Crispy, double dip, extra spicy, fried chicken is served a lot of ways down here. Come sample some of the best at this fest. Crescent City Blues and Barbecue Fest features 3 days of live blues and jazz performances, a local art market, and the city's best barbecue vendors all downtown in Lafayette Square. Nothing says New Orleans like great music and great food. We can't forget about Oak Street Po' Boy Fest. Join the block party in Uptown Carrollton neighborhood. Multiple stages of live music, an arts market, and po' boys galore. Everything from fried oysters po' boys to shrimp bommy to vegan mushroom po' boys. Let your taste buds run wild.
Hi everybody, my name's Ian McNulty, and today I'm going to show you West End and Lakeview. This is a part of New Orleans where the locals come to relax and where visitors can come to explore and discover. It's an area with a lot of marinas, outdoor water activities, restaurants and bars, and neighborhood restaurants that really add a lot of heart and soul to the area. We're going to check out one of my favorites right now. This is called Celtica Bakery. It's a French bakery that the locals just love.
I came to this neighborhood because, in France, bakery is for the neighborhood, for the family, for the kids. When I moved to Lakeview, there was no bakery to be found.
When I look in your pastry case, all I see is temptation, but there's got to be some favorites. What are the things that people really gravitate towards?
My favorite, for me, almond croissant, the apple Danish, all the Danish, the raisin roll, the croissant, everything's like made from scratch.
Well, I could come to a place like Celtica every day, and you should come here at least once on your trip. Now we're in Mid-City, and that name is no lie. This neighborhood is in the middle of the city, and it gets to the heart of what a lot of people love about New Orleans. You can take a streetcar from downtown to the French Quarter to come explore City Park with its lagoons and massive oaks. And while you're here, you have to check out some of the restaurants and bars throughout the neighborhood that really make Mid-City tick. Let's start with Queen Trini Lisa. Why was this the right neighborhood for you? What do you like about Mid-City?
I like that it's very residential. I'm right in the middle of a community, and I do have a lot of customers who live in the area.
And what are they coming in for? What are some of their top selling things?
Of course, the doubles.
The doubles. And tell us about that. What is a double?
So a double is the #1 street food of Trinidad. It consists of 2 turmeric flatbread with curry chickpeas and a little cucumbers on the top and 3 nice sauces.
Well, like I learned from you with the doubles, you just say more doubles, less troubles. This is a great neighborhood restaurant, heart and soul right here, good flavors. If you're in Mid-City, you have to come here. One of the most exciting things in New Orleans right now is the interplay of historic framework with modern style. You see that in the Mardi, you see that in Treme, and you see that here in the 7th Ward. We're about to go check out a great example, Margot's Pizza here on Frenchman Street that has the food and the cocktails rolling. You could have opened this new restaurant anywhere you wanted in the city, but here we are deep in a neighborhood. Was that intentional? Did you want to be in a New Orleans neighborhood?
Definitely. It started with this house that I found. We live upstairs, and we're the 4th generation that have lived upstairs and had a business downstairs.
Wow, I mean, that's the definition of a family business, right? Now, if you were to come here for the first time, what's the first order you should get? What's the #1 pizza you start with?
The Cavaletti, which is our Brussels sprout pizza. That's a great one.
I was after a cocktail at Margot's Pizza. What's the first cocktail you pour me?
Mediterranean freezer Gibson. We put it in the freezer. We wash it with olive oil. There's a little Baylor Old Vermouth in there.
Well, I'm hungry, I'm thirsty, and I'm excited to be here at Margot's Pizza. I think this is a great neighborhood find.
This is what we work for. The moments you live for. The joy. The heart. The wonder. At Entergy, we're dedicated to powering each moment. Today and for future generations. So we're leading the way with a cleaner, more reliable power grid to power every day. Because these moments matter. We power life. Entergy.
Break free. Let's get away to exploring new lands. Ancient lands. Or somewhere over the rainbow. Ready to break free? Book your cruise today and discover the world with Norwegian.
Join us as we celebrate 200 years of Lafayette Parish's food, music, history, and diverse cultures that make it one of the happiest areas in America. Throughout 2023, Lafayette Parish will celebrate its bicentennial with a series of monthly events. For a listing of events, visit Lafayette1823.org. Here's what's coming up this month.
All right, welcome back on this beautiful Sunday afternoon from New Orleans. We're so
Perfect
happy
parade
that you're
weather.
joining us.
Just perfect parade weather.
Absolutely.
And look, there's a chicken coming down the street. He's all feathered up. Oh my gosh. And he's got another chicken with him. People are out costumed. It's
They're
a
already in
family day.
costume. Yeah.
You know, Mardi Gras is a family occasion, and we love the neighborhoods that celebrate.
People have come from all over the place. Many people come to New Orleans for all of our wonderful neighborhoods, and we happen to be downtown today, but there are beautiful neighborhoods all over the city. So our NOLA.com food writer Ian McNulty actually is going to take us to a few great restaurants in some of those great neighborhoods.
Making me very hungry.
I know. Let's go to Ian.
Oh, so you want us to talk?
All right.
Okay.
Never mind. We're not going to the video. Let's tell people what we're seeing around here,
Oh,
Diane.
my gosh.
So the parade is making its way to us. Okeanos is the parade that we're going to see today. It has 25 floats, and the floats are made by PFJ floats. You know, if you've never seen a Mardi Gras parade in New Orleans, these floats are quite elaborate, and we are known for our throws. So you got to be ready. You have to watch the people on the floats because they are going to be throwing things to you.
Yes.
Whether that's beads or little trinkets like this, which is a bracelet. There are all kinds of things that they throw from the floats. So that's what makes it so much fun. It's so interactive. Like this rubber ducky. How cute is this?
There's something for everyone. And these crews, KREWE, are gentlemen, nonprofits. Sometimes there are lots of women's floats, and a lot of them are married couples or just friends riding floats, like yesterday when they threw all that toilet paper. Tux was created back in 40 years ago with Tulane students who want their original throne was, I think, a toilet. And so they still like toilet things, you know, but it is a huge parade now. Today we're seeing Okeanos, and Okeanos is a Greek word. He's the titan of the oceans, and so we have a lot of ocean-themed, like duckies today, throws, and this is their beautiful signature throw today, which is quite beautiful. I have a friend who was kind enough to bring it over. There's it's going to be amazing. Festivals of the world, and you know that brings me to the topic of food in New Orleans, and I don't think you can talk about Mardi Gras without talking about king cakes.
Oh my goodness, we love king cake, but I'll tell you, you know, you mentioned Okeanos parade. Let me just say this real quick, that is one of 4 parades that are actually happening just today. So Diane and I are going to be with you for the 3 daytime parades, and then tonight, thanks to Entergy, NOLA.com's partner for today, the Bacchus Parade is going to be rolling tonight, which is also just an unbelievably spectacular crew.
Color, 2-decker floats, 4 parades, and Entergy chat board. Go to YouTube and Facebook. Entergy chat board is there. Give us some questions. What do you always wanted to know about Mardi Gras? That's where we are. We're right here today celebrating Sunday Gras, which is the Sunday before Fat Tuesday.
And tell us where you're from. We've heard from some of you who are watching from home, from Belgium, Brazil, France, all over the United States. Thank you so much for joining us. We're so happy to have you. We hope that next year you will come to New Orleans for Mardi Gras. Mardi Gras is early February next year, February 13th. February 13th, 2024.
It changes, you know, it is a Catholic holiday, and it changes based on on the Catholic calendar, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Let's talk right now about Visit Lake Charles.
Yeah,
It's
another
also,
sponsor.
It's another sponsor, and they are in Southwest Louisiana, a fabulous town, turning it up and turning out is what they believe.
So for those who relish in both turning it up and turning it out, Lake Charles is Louisiana's premier resort destination, masterfully blending excitement and world-class luxury with the relaxation and unspoiled natural beauty. So visit Lake Charles and Louisiana's playground. That's the nice thing about, so many people that come to visit us here in New Orleans, they'll spend a few days with us and then they'll go explore other parts of the state like Lake Charles, which is not very far from here. It's maybe a 4-hour drive, and there are so many wonderful places to stop and explore along the way. So we love
Kelly, I met a man yesterday who was here. He was bringing his 13-year-old son to his first Mardi Gras, and they drove from Dallas, Texas, and they drove through Lake Charles and spent the night there, and then they traveled on to New Orleans. They're here for 3 nights, and he was out on the Mississippi River. New Orleans is the largest on the Mississippi River, the largest river in America, and we're the bottom of the river delta, and it's a magnificent scene to see the water from all over the country. We drain from Minnesota to South Dakota, drains through the United States to Louisiana and to New Orleans. It's a magnificent sight. And so when you're in New Orleans, you want to be a tourist, you want to go to the French Quarter, which is very safe. It's like any other city. You just have to know which streets and follow your guide, what the Tourist Commission guide says. And our New Orleans and Company will help you figure out your trip. There are many ways to figure a trip, going to New Orleans and company.com. And there's how to plan a trip to New Orleans.
Yeah, and speaking of the river, one of our sponsors today is Norwegian Cruise Line. And New Orleans, many people may not know, is a very popular port destination. So many people who are taking a Norwegian cruise, they come to New Orleans to sail from New Orleans, and what a great place. If you're going to have a pre-cruise stay or a post-cruise stay, what better place to do that than New Orleans? So thank you to our sponsor, Norwegian Cruise Line.
Thank you so much, Entergy, and thank you so much, Lake Charles. It's a beautiful town, and you should definitely drive down there, coming or going. And today, the music is getting louder, the dancing, and I'm looking out on the street at children in the street waiting for the parade. The parades have been blocked off with barricades, but so right now they're not blocked, so these children can stand out in the middle of the street throwing foam footballs they caught this morning or yesterday, actually probably yesterday on the route. And we have beads everywhere. As Kelly said earlier, the bead trees are in front of us, behind us,
trees
all
are
the
in
way.
full bloom.
The route is a 6-mile route. Okeanos is at Washington and St. Charles, so we're almost getting a view. It's very
closer to us. The parade is coming soon. Stay with us. Tell us where you're from. Tell us if you have a memory of Mardi Gras. Tell us what you're doing today. My friend Shar in Jacksonville, I know
Hope
she's
you're making
home.
some gumbo, some red beans and rice.
She's making gumbo, but tell us how you're celebrating. Maybe you have a king cake. We started to talk about king cake earlier.
So king cake is a wonderful brioche type dough that we have here in New Orleans that is coated with the purple, green, and gold, the sugars, the color of New Orleans.
A lot
we
of
actually
sugar.
have a James Beard award-winning king cake called Dong Fong, but I have to tell you that there are king cakes of every flavor, every color, every type. I mean, they're stuffed with things, they're plain, and it is a wonderful way. If you can't come, we'll send you one. So send us a note, and all the bakeries in New Orleans, send them. So just Google king cakes in New Orleans.
And tell them what is inside of the king cake. You have to be careful when you eat it.
There is a little baby inside. And whoever gets the baby is the king for the day, and they have to plan the next party. So this goes on starting on January 6th, because Mardi Gras actually begins on Epiphany, which is the day the wise men went to visit the baby Jesus. So it is a religious holiday. We celebrate all the way through to Mardi Gras night, but then we're eating the boeuf gras the whole time, the fatted cow. And then on Ash Wednesday, we all go to church. We get the ashes rubbed on our forehead, and we repent for all the fun we had, which is really not bad fun.
But let me tell you, the king cake, if you have not had king cake, you can actually order king cakes. Many of the bakeries in New Orleans, if you're not here with us, you can actually order from some of the New Orleans area bakeries and have a king cake shipped to your home. So They're really delicious. It's quite a treat. I have lots of friends in Memphis, Tennessee, who I always send king cakes to. They love king cakes.
Oh my gosh.
I actually I hate to say this, but I like to eat them for breakfast. Probably not the most nutritious choice, but also very good. So Diane,
I
we're
had
here
king
to
cake
see-
this morning.
I
It's
know,
probably
I know.
my 49th bite for the whole season.
I know.
So I have 3 more days to taste 50 more king cakes.
Yes. So we are here for the Okeanos parade. So you're watching the NOLA.com parade cam sponsored by Entergy. And we're here. The first parade we're going to see is the Okeanos parade. It's not made its way to us yet, but it's coming. And also we just got an update that the second parade of the day, the Crew of Mid-City, has started rolling too. So these parades roll one right after the other. It really is unbelievable if you think about how masterfully executed Mardi Gras is.
Yes.
What it takes to put together these parades. Each has its own crew, its own members, its own leadership. These are people who are hardworking people from New Orleans and around the world who come and join a crew. They pay for all of the throws that they are going to throw to people along the
They
parade
pay for their
route.
floats.
They pay for their floats.
And
they pay
all
for
the
everything.
decor and the costumes. It's quite interesting how these crews are nonprofit, and many of them, the one we're seeing today, the Toth, is a 75-year-old parade.
And just, if you think about what it takes to have a long parade route across multiple neighborhoods, the lineup with the floats and the bands, it's really remarkable. If you think about how many people are, come together from multiple neighborhoods. We like to say New Orleans is built to host. Mardi Gras is a good example why. It's like New York, Times Square on New Year's Eve for 2 weeks.
It's a
across
2-week
multiple
festival
neighborhoods.
with multiple crews, and it's one of the largest executed events in the world.
Yeah, it's
because
really
it's
remarkable.
not just one day. It goes on for weeks at a time.
Starts January 6th, goes through Mardi Gras Day, which are different dates. This year it's
And
February
there's
21st.
no tickets, no
Yeah,
point of
it's
entry.
free.
It's it's called the greatest free show on earth. And I have to tell you that it is the reason you want to come to New Orleans. Also, the weather is almost always beautiful in February and March when the parades are held. I have to tell you, today it's going to be 80 degrees.
Yeah, it is warm out
It's
here.
Warm
It's warm.
and sunny.
Yesterday it was kind of cool, but people are out here today. They are in. I see some tank tops. I see shorts and T-shirts.
I hope they have lots of sunscreen.
Lots
'cause
of
it's
purple,
really
green, and
bright.
gold, of course. People are in their hats, their wigs. There are people think of Mardi Gras and they sometimes think it's for adults only. But let me tell you, we're out here surrounded by children and families. I've seen some dogs out here who are enjoying the parade. People sometimes bring
There's
their
a kids out here on a scooter scooting by. I don't know if you can see
it's
them.
really just
and playing football, waiting for the parade.
They're
You always
throwing
bring things for
footballs.
the kids to do, and you always have sandwiches and snacks in your bag, and an ice chest full of sodas to keep yourself hydrated, and a lot of
Exactly.
sunscreen. Y'all, I just can't tell you how exciting it is to be part of Mardi Gras in New Orleans. And you've got a book now, 24, 25. It's going to be unbelievable. You can drive, fly, get here, but plan your visit. It's really important.
So Okeanos is making its way to us. It is at 2nd Street and St. Charles. So for those of y'all who know the city, you know that that's still the Uptown area. I promise you, those folks have been throwing beads for probably an hour or so now, but they are not going to slow down. If you ever have a chance to ride in a Mardi Gras parade, oh my goodness, you have to do it. It's one of the greatest, experiencing Mardi Gras and watching from the street or from stands like this is pretty awesome. But if you have a chance to ride in a Mardi Gras parade, that is even better.
And some crews do put that online. Some crews let you sign up, and they will charge a very small fee. And they have throws, and they have your costume, and you can Google that. I want to ride in a Mardi Gras parade, and I bet you'll find something for 20.
Or go to NewOrleans.com. We've got all that.
NewOrleans.com has everything like that. They're
Yeah.
the source for everything, and New Orleans and Company as well.
Yeah, if you have a chance to ride in a Mardi Gras parade, there are parades that are exclusively for men, some are for women, some are women and men.
Yeah.
The parade tonight, Bacchus is an all-men crew, one of the larger super crews, which you all will see later today or this evening on the NOLA.com parade cam sponsored by Entergy today. So, it's really just all different people from all different neighborhoods. There's such a good spirit of unity. We're talking about this being a Catholic holiday, but New Orleans welcomes all. No matter what faith you practice, where you're from, what you believe in, New Orleans is inclusive and welcoming and diverse, and we want you to plan your trip and come experience this next
Everybody
year.
can find their groove at Mardi Gras.
That's
For some
right.
people, it's families. For some people, it's riding in a float.
That's
For
right.
some people, it's just sitting on a stand. That we've got stands that can be rented on Mardi
Yep.
Gras Day. You can rent a seat from the city of New Orleans. I'm sure that's on NOLA.com as well.
Yeah, you know, I keep saying we welcome all. We embrace and celebrate all forms of self-expression. And so we do have a video about some LGBTQ plus events that occur not only at Mardi Gras, but all throughout the year. So let's take a look at that video.
In a city that celebrates self-expression, you'll find a vibrant LGBTQ plus community in New Orleans with events happening year-round. During New Orleans Pride, look for celebrations throughout the French Quarter, Marigny, and Bywater neighborhoods. Everything from burlesque and drag shows to special dining events, and of course, a parade. Over Labor Day weekend, the largest LGBTQ plus event in New Orleans attracts more than 125,000 revelers to the city. You'll see why Southern Decadence has earned the nickname Gay Mardi Gras. In the springtime, the annual Saints and Sinners LGBTQ plus literary festival brings people together for 3 days of inspired musings. And of course, the Gay Easter Parade in the French Quarter is a must-see tradition. It's no surprise that New Orleans is known all over the world as an LGBTQ plus friendly destination.
Let's get away to exploring new lands, ancient lands, or somewhere over the rainbow. Ready to break free? Book your cruise today and discover the world with Norwegian.
This is what we work for. The moments you live for. The joy. The heart. The wonder. At Entergy, we're dedicated to powering each moment. Today and for future generations. So we're leading the way with a cleaner, more reliable power grid to power every day. Because these moments matter. We power life. Entergy.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Happy Mardi Gras from New Orleans. My name is Kelly Schultz with New Orleans and Company. This is my friend and co-host Diane Lyons, who is a business owner here in New Orleans. Diane is the CEO of a company called Accent, which does events and meetings and planning, and we are waiting for the
We can help
Okeanos.
you plan your own Mardi Gras events. That's what we do. We work with New Orleans and Company and lots of local vendors who help us to produce the most amazing events. We can't invite 2 million, but we can do 100,000 if we needed to, right? And your own parade. Go ahead, Kelly.
Everyone knows about New Orleans and Mardi Gras, of course, but you may not know that we are also home to some really phenomenal museums. So one of those museums is the National World War II Museum, which is located right here in New Orleans. And I, have the honor of working with the team over there at the National World War II Museum. And let me tell you, if you have not been to this museum, you have got to go. You can come to New Orleans and probably spend 3 days just at the National World War II Museum. It's really just an absolutely spectacular place. And one of their newest attractions is called Expressions of America. I don't know if you've seen this.
I have.
It's
a sound and light
Yes.
show. It is so fabulous. And if you really want to know more about World War II, they also have these behind-the-scene curator experiences. I was able to go on one of those a couple of years ago, and we got to see sailors' uniforms and guns and all of the paraphernalia from World War II. People around the world continue to collect items and send them there. A lot of people just come to New Orleans to visit the World War II Museum, which I think it is the only museum in America dedicated to World War II. That is my understanding. And it's the number one attraction here.
It's one of the most popular attractions in New Orleans, as well as the country. If you think about the 9/11 Museum in New York, or other great cities have wonderful museums too. But, not only the National World War II Museum, but the New Orleans Museum of Art. There's so many different types of museums here in New Orleans.
The Presbyterian, which we talked about earlier, which is a state museum, and the Cabildo, those are right on Jackson Square. And they have, the Cabildo has a dress exhibit and costume exhibit from Rex, the oldest parading organization that parades on Mardi Gras Day, not Mardi Gras night, but the costumes, y'all, many of them cost thousands and thousands of dollars. And you know, Mardi Gras in the old New Orleans society was about introducing your daughter to society. So these were debutante gowns, quite beautiful, all beaded, and that's a great museum if you're just in the French Quarter for a day. If you're local, stop
it's
by.
at the Louisiana State Museum. You know, we talked about the National World War II Museum. You know, we also have a phenomenal city park here in New Orleans, not far from where we're standing right now, and they have an absolutely beautiful sculpture garden, which if you have not seen that, you have got to go. You know, when we recently hosted the Miss Universe pageant here in New Orleans.
That was an amazing
and one of the things that
coup for our city.
Oh my goodness.
You worked it so hard, Kelly, but y'all, those women were not only
we
beautiful.
helped sponsor an event. I wasn't a contestant.
Okay.
We were sponsored. But
I was,
but no, one of the things, you know, we wanted to show these amazing delegates from around the world, the different sides of New Orleans. So we took them to the sculpture garden at City Park, and they loved it. They had so much fun, and so there are so many like hidden gems like that about New Orleans. You know, people know about Mardi Gras. Of course, we want you to plan your trip and come here next year. But you know, do you have a favorite museum? I mean, there's so many. It's hard to choose.
I love the Mardi Gras Museum on Conti Street. You can try on costumes there, and you can also do events there. That is a great little museum. I love the New Orleans Jazz Museum, also part of the Louisiana State Museum complex. Y'all, they have the best music there. Every weekend they have performers that are local that are showing off their talent, and then they do an annual event in December that showcases the entire museum, and it's a beautiful evening. So that is the New Orleans Jazz Museum, which used to be, by the way, called the New Orleans Mint. So we minted silver and gold coins there for almost 70 years, and then it became a state museum, and now it is called the New Orleans Jazz Museum.
And you know, so whether it's jazz, you know, there's also, speaking of family friendly, the Audubon Institute. Audubon has a phenomenal zoo here, but they also are in the process of redoing and reopening in this summer. Reopening this summer will be the Audubon Aquarium, which is one of the top aquariums in America, and also the Audubon Insectarium.
And the Insectarium, I think, is also coming back.
They are completely redoing everything. So those two things are closed right now, but we're going to be working to promote that to the world, to let people know.
August is Museum Month in New Orleans. So if you like museums, travel on down. Hotels are needing you to come and visit in August. It's a great month because you're going to enjoy the museums. They're all open and discounted in the month of August.
That's right. So we've got a video about Museum Month in August. Let's take a look.
I'm Daniel Hammer, and I am the president and CEO of the Historic New Orleans Collection, a local history museum here in the French Quarter in New Orleans, Louisiana. Museum Month is a time every year, it comes in August, when the museums of New Orleans get together and allow free admission to anybody who has a membership in any one of the participating museums. Anybody can become a member of a museum in New Orleans. Entry-level museum memberships are available at very affordable rates at all the participating museums. Over 20 museums all around New Orleans participate in Museum Month every year. There are museums relating to different aspects of New Orleans culture, history, food, music. New Orleans has it all. The museum at the Historic New Orleans Collection is a place to engage with some really amazing artifacts from the history of this city, from the original documents relating to the Louisiana Purchase to incredible artworks from the entire history of the city's long existence. You can come and visit our wonderful cafe, our shop, and really enjoy an oasis from the busy streets of the French Quarter in a wonderful historic and cultural setting. The collection is free and open 6 days a week, so we look forward to seeing you.
All right, welcome back. Happy Mardi Gras. We are here on beautiful St. Charles Avenue in New Orleans. I'm Kelly Schultz with New Orleans and Company. This is Diane Lyons,
Diane Lyons, right?
My co-host. And we are so happy to be here today on the NOLA.com Parade Cam, brought to you today by Entergy. You just saw a great museum video. You know, there's another great museum we forgot to mention,
The New
too.
Orleans Historic Collection is one of the best museums in the city. They've done so much to preserve our history. They have a fabulous gift shop that is right on Royal Street in the heart of the French Quarter. So if you travel to New Orleans, which we both hope you do, you should plan something, a day at the Historic New Orleans Collection, one of the finest museums talking about the history of New Orleans. If you had a great-great-grandfather who lived in old New Orleans in the French Quarter, you can look up where he lived because the museum has a huge archival
And I think that museum is free, if I'm not mistaken.
It is all
so
free.
One
Yes,
of
it is
many,
free.
many free attractions here. But you know, whether you're coming for a museum or for Mardi Gras or for the food or the people, you know, of course, people always talk about the people of New Orleans.
Or the culture. You know, New Orleans is one of the most diverse cities in America. We are not like any other city in America. We have deep roots in Africa, Spain, France, and we're just a melting pot of Americans as well, because after the Louisiana Purchase in 1803, we were the new territory. So many Americans traveled from the Northeast or the Midwest with the railroad and came down here and settled. So we're truly a gumbo. You know, Kelly, people always say to me, you don't talk like you're from New Orleans. Aren't you supposed to talk like that? And we don't talk like that here. We're a melting pot. So if you hear a New Orleans accent, it's really usually, where you at, darling? Like I text Kelly earlier and said, where are you, darling? Because that's how we talk. That's the real New Orleans accent. And it's a mixture of
It sounds more like Brooklyn, actually.
It is.
Than anything else. So
because we're a port city like they were. So it's a great accent.
We love Brooklyn. There are folks watching from Brooklyn today.
We do.
So thank
and
you for
we're
joining
a port
us.
city, so you know we are recognized as such, and we have such a gumbo of people, and that's what makes us also very, very interesting. You know, I love like the Mardi Gras Indians,
my
the
goodness.
diversity. You'll see some cowboy groups on horses, and
the parade is
we're just a
making its way
mixture of
to us.
people,
Yeah.
of everything.
And you will see that today in the parade. You will have people from every walk of life. You'll have, you know,
little dancing groups, little tumbling groups. I'm so excited. Some of these kids
Let's
are
talk about, and also the marching crews. You know, one of the groups we're going to see later in the day is called the Dancing Grannies. They are very special guests visiting us from Wisconsin. You may remember they had a tragedy at their holiday parade a few years ago, and several of their members unfortunately were killed. But the Dancing Grannies were invited to come to New Orleans. They're here. You're going to see them march in one of the parades later today. We are so happy to have them here. They're having a fantastic time.
You have to tune in.
And we've
for the
got our
dancing.
Granny Strong bracelets on in support of those ladies. But you know, that's an example of a marching crew who's visiting from out of town. But we got a lot of great marching groups here.
We do. You're going to see
some of the names we may not be able to say on the air.
Citadel, yes. Then the marching crews. Let's talk about that. I was thinking of the bands. We have probably 75 bands, but there are at least 60 marching groups of women, y'all, and they dress in everything imaginable. There's some that ride in bathtubs. They're motorized bathtubs. There are some that also walk as, I don't think I can say the word.
I don't think you can say no.
Anyway,
but
you'll see them today. They're very fun and very diverse. And, you know, New Orleans.
And they're mostly local.
They're all local,
So
yes,
these are
yes.
like professional women, you know, and
the biggest crew we
clubs.
really love are the police in New Orleans, and the police who came from across the state to allow us to get this done, especially Monroe City Marshal's office. They came, y'all. I saw the parades the last 2 days, and there were policemen from all over the country. And I heard on Facebook yesterday there was a woman who said, my husband is here from Monroe working Mardi Gras, and he has said the people of the city have been so incredibly kind to him and gracious. I think that's what New Orleans is known for, is our hospitality, because we're built to host, Kelly.
That's right. And when we say thank you to our law enforcement men and women, we mean it. You know, New Orleans Police Department is one of the best in the world at keeping people safe, especially for things like this. You know, this is a pretty complex, you know, long route.
It's logistically very hard to do.
Very complicated. And New Orleans Police Department are some of the best. And this year we've had surrounding law enforcement from surrounding areas come to help us out, to provide extra patrols and extra safety for our locals and for our visitors. And so
we've had
thank
policemen
you.
travel from all over the state
And
to
women,
be here. And yes,
policemen and women.
yes.
And thank you to all of you who have come and,
Thank
to help
you
us
so
out.
much,
And
because
it's great to hear that they feel welcome. They feel hospitable.
Oh,
People are telling them thank
yes.
you like every 2
this
seconds.
This is a wife
so.
who was saying, oh my gosh, you're going to leave me for 12 days to go to New Orleans and I can't come? And so he's like, but darling, it has been the best experience. The people here have been so kind and so grateful to have great police from all over the country. It's a very safe event. We've been very lucky, beautiful, and I'm looking at 4 guys right out here that say sheriff on them. I don't know quite where they're from.
We've got a number of, and thank you to Sheriff Hudson in New Orleans. The Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office is providing tons of support out here. We see several sheriff's deputies right on the street below us. So thank you to Sheriff Hudson. Also, we have a woman who's leading the New Orleans Police Department right now.
We do.
Our Superintendent Woodfork is just doing a fantastic job. She is here and leading New Orleans Police, but whether it's the police chief, interim police chief, Superintendent Woodfork, or Sheriff Hudson, and all of the law enforcement professionals who have come.
Let's take a moment to thank our sponsor, Entergy, today, and NOLA.com. If you're not watching at NOLA.com, please do. But Entergy is the corporate company that manages all of our power in South Louisiana and actually the whole state. And we love the linemen because if we have a windstorm or a blow of some kind, they are out on those lines ready to come. And Entergy is an amazing company, and we're glad that they're supporting us today.
Yes, thank you to Entergy for making this possible, the Entergy comment board. Again, it's getting really warm out here. A lot of folks are running their air conditions today, I bet, thanks to Entergy.
I bet they are, yes.
And it is getting warm out here.
We were afraid it was going to be chilly, so I'm all bundled underneath, but now I'm going to go have to take it off. No, not this part.
Not that way.
Just my scarf, maybe.
So yeah, you never know in February in New Orleans. It could be 30 degrees or it could be 80, right? Yesterday, people were wearing their coats on the parade route, and today people are...
it's 75. I think Mardi Gras Day is 80. It's really warming up, and it's beautiful. And we have to put some sunscreen on, girl.
We do.
Yes,
we
but
do.
I'm looking. The camera
these
is
people
showing...
are in tank tops, shorts.
Yes, and costumes.
Some costume, lots of glitter, lots of purple, green, and gold, but... the Okeanos parade is making its way to us on St. Charles Avenue. It's going to get here soon, and then we'll have 2 parades following that, and then this evening, the Bacchus parade will roll. So lots and lots of activity in New Orleans today, tomorrow, and Tuesday, Fat Tuesday. It all ends on Tuesday at midnight. The Mardi Gras celebrations officially come to an end. And after Mardi Gras, we go right into our spring festival season.
Yes.
And then we go into, summer and family travel. But another great time to visit New Orleans is the holidays. In December, we do an event called Holidays New Orleans Style, and there are all different types of holiday festivities. So let's take a look at this video about why you should spend the holidays
And it's
in
great
New
weather,
Orleans.
usually in December, very
Absolutely.
warm, not in Minnesota. We love Minnesota. We love it in the summer, and you have to come to New Orleans in the winter.
So take a look at this on Holidays New Orleans Style.
While it may not snow in the Crescent City, the holiday season in New Orleans is like no other. In City Park, the centuries-old live oak trees shine brilliantly with twinkling lights and breathtaking displays for visitors to admire. Downtown, the hotels get in the spirit with intricately decorated lobbies that will have you feeling the holiday cheer. Luna Fête brings together light artists from around the world at the newly created New Orleans Ernest M. Morial Convention Center Pedestrian Park. And right inside New Orleans Christmas Fest creates a holiday experience for the books. The finest restaurants in town serve up decadent 4-course Réveillon dinners in the spirit of Creole Christmas traditions that date back to the mid-1800s. Another beloved holiday tradition with a uniquely New Orleans twist is caroling in Jackson Square on the Sunday before Christmas. Sing along with hundreds who partake in the candlelit chorus. And of course, no New Orleans celebration will be complete without a parade. Catch a glimpse of Santa this year with the Children's Hospital New Orleans Holiday Parade. 'Tis the season.
This is what we work for. The moments you live for. The joy. The heart. The wonder. At Entergy, we're dedicated to powering each moment, today and for future generations. So we're leading the way with a cleaner, more reliable power grid to power every day. Because these moments matter. We power life. Entergy.
Break free. Let's get away to exploring new lands. Ancient lands. Or somewhere over the rainbow. Ready to break free? Book your cruise today and discover the world with Norwegian.
Hi, I'm James J. Reese, Rex official. It's the 150th anniversary of Rex, the King of Carnival. Visit the Presbyterian Museum to see costumes and gowns, never-before-seen crown jewels, a parade float, and much, much more. Rex, the 150th anniversary of the School of Design exhibit is open now. Visit to learn about Rex, the King of Carnival.
Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime exhibit at the Presbyterian Museum on historic Jackson Square. Visit LouisianaMuseums.com for tickets and more information. Hail Rex!
During the months of Culinary in New Orleans, it's the best time to dine out because we have so many restaurants and there's surprisingly some beautiful menu items that are actually not available year-round, only during the month of Culinary. Culinary is during the summer month of August, and what that is basically all the best restaurants of New Orleans, which are a lot of restaurants. They're having a 3-course menu, sometimes 4, a little surprise here and there. But Culinary is a whole celebration of the best restaurants in that month of August. Summertime is my favorite season because we get beautiful peaches, tomatoes, okra, summer squash. The menus are just bright, vibrant, super healthy, clean cooking. And that's what the chefs really use here because we love using our local purveyors and our farmers and putting their name on the menus. During the month of Culinary, I want to see you at my restaurant, either Compel a Pen, Bywood American Bistro, or in the streets of New Orleans. I'll see you then.
Anything for this little guy, huh? Food truck's gonna be right when you get to that first light right there, take a left and there.
everybody, welcome back. Happy Mardi Gras. We are live in New Orleans waiting for the Okeanos parade to reach us. I'm Kelly Schultz from New Orleans and Company. This is Diane Lyons, my beautiful co-host and a very good friend and successful business owner here in New Orleans. Hi, Diane.
Hi, Kelly.
It's really getting warm out here.
It's very warm. I might have to get rid of this jacket soon.
The parade is rolling. It's making its way to us. We're going to see
about
3
10 blocks from us, I guess.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
the blocks in New Orleans are pretty short, so it'll be here shortly.
Be here soon. We're going to see 3 parades today. The first is Okeanos, and they've got some pretty cool throws. You know, New Orleans, we're famous for, actually, we're going to see 4 parades today. 3 during the day, Okeanos, Mid-City, and Toth. And then we're going to see another one called Bacchus, which is tonight. And thanks to Entergy for being the sponsor of this parade cam today. We appreciate Entergy. But the first parade you're going to see is Okeanos, and they have all kinds of fun throws, including this bucket, right?
You know, New Orleans is into finding favors that throws are sustainable. So what better thing to catch than a bucket? And the reason it's a sand bucket because Okeanos is actually the titan of the ocean. So this is tied to their theme. And also in here we have this adorable charm bracelet.
A little bracelet?
It's purple, green, and gold, and the charm says Okeanos 1949, which is when the crew was started. This is quite a beautiful charm. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
This is
really
people
think you just get beads, but let me tell you, there's all kinds of different
These are glass
throws.
beads with a beautiful...
this is really like a nice necklace.
Hippocampus on there, which is
There
their
you go.
theme. The hippocampus is a part of your brain that does the frontal lobe and helps you with memory. But hippocampus is a huge dodecad float. Oh my God, that's
Little
my
rubber
favorite.
ducky.
We just had a little boy over here dressed out in purple, green, and gold, so we could have given him our ducky. Well, next time he comes by, we'll give him the ducky. These are beautiful beads that are block leather beads, and they're called Okeanos block letter beads, so they say the name of the
this
crew.
spells out
And
Okeanos.
This is also
lots of beads today. You know, we're surrounded by bead trees actually
Yes,
right now.
that's true.
You know, people throw beads and they get stuck in the trees. So it's actually quite a beautiful sight if you're in New Orleans in the spring to see all of the
beautiful.
beads
all
that
the trees,
land in the
there are
trees.
even artists that paint them. If you want to go look on NOLA.com, I'm sure you could find some. Or if you're here in New Orleans and you want to get a bead tree painting, there are lots of artists who do this. This is the official crew bead, and on it it says the date of the organization's formation, which was 1949. You know, many of our crews are really aging.
Yeah.
Rex was started in 1872. The oldest crew of Comas, who is around has a ball on Mardi Gras night and closes the carnival season out. He is not a king, he's Comas. And Comas was started in 1857 by a group of college kids that said, let's throw things. Now, they didn't have these kind of beads, and they didn't have a frisbee.
Frisbees, you know. So yeah, that's many people may not realize these parades and these crews have been around in some cases for
75, 100 years.
100, 150
And as
years.
early as 1699, New Orleans celebrated Mardi Gras, and Mardi Gras Point, our founder, 2 brothers, Iberville and Bienville, who were they were Canadians. They were navigating the Mississippi River to find a port for the French king at the time, and they realized, and their seamen realized, that it was going to be Mardi Gras Day the next day, March 3rd. So they made a port called Port Mardi Gras, and it's halfway down the river. If you're enjoying this parade cam today, please support our work by subscribing to NOLA.com. We've got a really special deal for you right now for parade cam viewers. Visit NOLA.com/CAM to get 6 months of unlimited digital access. Not Kelly and I, but you do get 6 months of digital
And
access.
just for $1, only for $1.
Yeah, we're cheap today, $1. Yes.
So that means unlimited access to all of NOLA.com's award-winning coverage of local news, sports, and culture for just $1. Visit NOLA.com/CAM to subscribe. NOLA.com is a wonderful partner of New Orleans and Company. We love being part of this project every year. And thanks, of course, to Entergy, our sponsor for today. But you know, I wish the viewers, and thank you all for watching today. We've heard from people from all over the U.S., from Florida, from Utah. We've got some international viewers who are watching
we've had
us
Brazil,
from
we've had Uruguay.
Brazil, Belgium, South America. What is this? Oh, thank you.
Have it on. It's a little fuzzy and a little warm today, but
I
it's
don't have
very
enough.
cute. Adding a little more bling to you today. please look at the Entergy chat board on NOLA.com, and you'll find out more about what Entergy does for our community. They do a lot of amazing events for our community. They help people with their power bills, and they're very dedicated to the city of New Orleans and the state of Louisiana. So we're happy to have them as a sponsor today.
And when you're watching, tell us where you're from. If you have a favorite
Ask us
memory
some
from Mardi
questions.
Gras, ask us some questions. You can tell Diane here is like an absolute wealth of knowledge, of Mardi Gras knowledge. I was born and raised here too. We've been coming out and doing parades since I was a little kid, and now have the honor of getting to promote the city of New Orleans for a living, which you do with all of your customers too. And
we do a lot of events, and we use Mardi Gras themes for many of them, and they're always a fantastic moment when your president gets to ride on a float, or you have beads that are custom made for your guests that look like this. It's an amazing opportunity to plan an event, especially corporate meetings, and we also have a lot of big associations coming this year. So many of you may already be planning to coming to New Orleans with one of the American Library or dermatology or cardiology.
We're getting lots of big conventions that are coming to the city,
Citywide,
especially this spring. New Orleans, when we say citywide, we are one of the cities that can host, 20,000, 30,000 people, whether that's a big medical convention. We're really such a walkable city. We've got 26,000 hotel rooms within a 1 mile radius of the French Quarter and the convention
everything
center.
is within a 2 mile radius. Everything you want to go to. This is St. Charles Avenue, the main route that all the parades take, and they end on Canal Street, and then on the other side is the French Quarter. So I can walk to the French Quarter right now in about 15 minutes. And I could walk all the way to the parade route in about 30. Now,
your
maybe not
hotels
today.
are right here, your restaurants are right there. It's a very compact city. Of course, our venues, you can go from the convention center to the Superdome to French Quarter restaurants and wonderful museums and attractions. That's why people love coming here for conventions. They love coming
the food,
for
the culture, the people, the architecture. New Orleans was undamaged during the Civil War when many of the South's big cities were destroyed. We were not. So we have the wonderful Vieux Carré, which is our historic city. Locals Dream Day, that's coming up next.
Diane and I have the honor of living in New Orleans and promoting the city for a living, and so a lot of people may not realize just how much you can do in New Orleans in one day. So we have a video coming up that'll show you how one local musician spends her ideal day off. I've got some ideas on how I would spend my ideal day in New Orleans.
Well,
I'm
today
sure you
I'd
do
like
too.
to be barbecuing or doing a big crawfish boil in my backyard, and then having guests over, and that's what a lot of thousands of people are doing that today. Crawfish season is here in New Orleans, and we're barbecuing, we're smoking, and we're hot boiling.
And although what we're doing right now is kind of like a dream day too.
It
to
is
be
a
able
dream
to
day.
stand up here
We
on
are
this
so
beautiful
excited,
parade
yes.
route and bring that to you. Thank you so much for watching. Let's take a look at that video on how one person
Locals
would
Dream Day, yes.
spend their local dream day. Let's take a look.
Hey you guys, it's Tariana Tank Ball, lead singer of Tank and the Bangers, and I am so excited to bring you on a day with my amazing city of New Orleans. And we're gonna start off with the best meal of the day at the Small Mark Cafe. I hear they got great bagels. So come inside, let's go eat. I'm here at one of the band's most favorite record stores in New Orleans, Euclid Records. I mean, not only do they have some of the latest and best albums, but they have the new Tank and the Bangers Grammy-nominated Red Balloon album. So let's go and let's check it out. And now I'm here at one of my favorite local restaurants right here in New Orleans, Murrow's, specializing in Korean and traditional New Orleans food. You can find your po' boys, your barbecue shrimp, one of my favorite, and the gumbo. I even grew up right down the street on Music, so this is my neighborhood. This is my playground. Let's go eat. Where's all my gamers at? No, I'm not talking about all that modern stuff y'all be playing now. I'm talking about old school, local arcade. Sea Cave, one of the best arcades in the city. Come on there, it's the dopest spot. Hey you guys, we're at our last stop, Hot 10, one of the band's favorite bars. Good music, good food, good vibes, and great drinks. Let's go get them.
Let's get away to exploring new lands, ancient lands, or somewhere over the rainbow. Ready to break free? Book your cruise today and discover the world with Norwegian.
All right, happy Mardi Gras, everybody. Welcome back to the NOLA.com webcam, sponsored by Entergy today. I'm Kelly Schultz with New Orleans & Company. This is my beautiful co-host, Diane Lyons. We are so happy to be out here. The parade's almost here.
We are so blessed. It's beautiful outside. The weather is great. The crowds are great. I've just been seeing some of the New Orleans finest policemen down there watching and keeping us safe, and we're so happy. The guy gave me a big thumbs up. Everybody is having a blast. This is Sunday Gras in New Orleans, so we have 2 more days, Lundi Gras, and then it's Mardi Gras.
I know.
So we are very excited, and we want to talk about other parts of Louisiana.
Yeah, when you come visit
celebrate.
us for Mardi Gras, many people may choose to go to other parts of the state, like Lafayette, for example.
Lafayette is such a French town, and it's about 2.5 hours from New Orleans. So if you're planning a trip to New Orleans for Mardi Gras in 2024 or 25, be sure, or just coming for French Quarter Fest or Jazz Fest, be sure and visit Lafayette, Louisiana. It's a very French town, and they have their own special type of Mardi Gras. The men ride horses there with masks on. It's a very Cajun town, and it's the center of Cajun village of the Cajun lifestyle.
Place,
you know, New Orleans has Creoles and they have Cajuns, and those are not the same people. The Creoles are the early Louisiana people that came in the 1718 when we were founded, and they were from somewhere from the Free Islands of Haiti and Santo Domingo. Others came from France, and because they were given land here and they were to farm, but then they found out that it was a little wet. So the farmers moved upriver and furnished the city with food, but New Orleans continued to flourish because of the Mississippi River coming down the sea. We were the wealthiest city in America in 1860, and our Port of New Orleans and tourism are our 2 biggest industries here. So we're very pleased today to celebrate the largest festival we do all year, Carnival.
That's right. The parade, Okeanos, is going to get to us soon. I know lots of you are watching from all over the U.S., all over the world, really. We've had viewers from Belgium, from France, from South America. My friend Kim Sage is watching us right outside of Memphis. Hi, Kim. How are you? Thank you for joining us today. Kim, my friend Kim loves New Orleans. She loves Mardi Gras. I know many of you do too. So tell us, write to us on the Entergy comment board. Tell us what you think about New Orleans, about Mardi Gras. Maybe you have a funny story you want to share. Maybe you have a question for me or Diane. But thank you so much for watching today. Where you are, it's probably a normal Sunday. This is very far from a normal Sunday here. But we are getting ready for 3 parades today, 1 tonight. There's 4 parades today total. There are 3 during the day, 1 tonight, and then we'll be here tomorrow and Tuesday. Everything comes to an end Tuesday at the end of Mardi Gras, and then we'll be getting ready for Mardi Gras 2024, which falls on February 13th. So we hope that you will plan a trip to come visit us next year if you're watching
So someone
today.
sent a question, and they wanted to know how are Mardi Gras parades paid for. They wanted to know what corporation pays for them. So I'll let you answer that, Kelly.
There isn't one. It's all done by the people, and there's not one corporate entity or one sponsor. You know, we call
In fact, Mardi Gras doesn't have sponsors.
Yeah, we call it. It's the Mardi Gras is the greatest free show on earth. You're going to get to see the Okeanos parade coming up here soon. It's rolling at I think about Melpomene Avenue right now and St. Charles Avenue. So not too far from us. We're on St. Charles. You know, people have been out here for hours.
Like
the parades
7:30 this morning, getting their places on the route. And what I really love and I want to show is all these children that are out playing football in tie-dye shirts, purple, green, and gold. And their parents are sitting behind the barricade in lounge chairs eating a po' boy, you know, our famous food in New Orleans.
It smells really good out here, too.
Oh, my God. Po' boy, boiled crawfish, we have the best. And, you know, people ask, how big is Mardi Gras? Well, it starts on January 6th, Epiphany, and it goes all the way until Mardi Gras Day, which is usually about 41, 42 days after Epiphany. So it is a billion-dollar business. All this stuff we're wearing, every bit of it, the parades are paid for
I don't
by
think we have enough, by the way.
No, we have more. You want to pull out some more? So the parades are paid for by individuals who join a crew, and there is a crew for everyone. There are women's crews, there are men's crews, there are children's crews, and they all have parades and balls typically, or some of them have a party called a revolution. So today, not only do we have Okeanos coming our way, but we also have Mid-City Parade at Magazine and Napoleon. So there are three parades back to back.
3 daytime parades, 1 nighttime parade with Bacchus. So these folks have been out here all day. Some people will be out here for all 3 parades and the nighttime parade tonight. So it is quite something if you have not experienced a Mardi Gras in New Orleans. And just wait, stay tuned, because the parade hasn't even gotten here yet. So you're going to really be in for a treat when you see these floats and spectacular costumes, the marching bands, the throws. I'm sure we're going to get hit in the face with some beads.
You have to protect yourself when you're out
you
here.
have to be ready to catch stuff. They're going to be throwing beads and trinkets and some of the things that Diane showed earlier. This is just one of the throws that's going to happen from the
very sustainable
Okeanos parade.
Very sustainable. Every child wants a sand bucket. It's springtime almost in New Orleans. And I want to say the typical rider on a float buys all those beads as well as all these throws. So they will spend anywhere from $500 to $4,000 to load up their float with all the tchotchkes that we're wearing. And we all, you know, you'll go to a parade and you think you're just going to watch, you know, and then they start throwing things at you. And all of a sudden, you may get in a tug of war with somebody to get a rubber ducky like this. You really want it that day.
But that's, you know, that's a good point, Diane, is that those people who are riding on the floats, they pay for all the throws themselves. That's not sponsored by a corporation or anything like that. Those are just hardworking. Many are from New Orleans, but you certainly can join a crew.
Many people do more than one ride.
They do more than one parade, so you can join multiple crews, and it is quite an investment of money to be able to pay for your membership in the crew, to provide all of your throws. People work really hard and save up all year to be able to do this, because if you know, of course, coming to visit Mardi Gras is spectacular, but if you have a chance to ride in a parade, that is, oh my goodness, once in a lifetime. I've had a chance to do it. You have to.
Yes.
It's really hard to describe what it feels like to ride in a Mardi Gras parade. It's just absolutely unbelievable.
They're women's crews. They're crews that do couples. They're diverse crews of all kinds. So there is a crew for you. And usually NOLA.com will help people advertise if they're looking for riders in their parade. So you can go to NOLA.com pretty much for everything in New Orleans. It is your source. And then, of course, New Orleans & Company is everything to do with tourism. So anything you need, go to New Orleans & Company for your 3-day stay, your 4-day stay. They've got hotels, maps, and how to do it.
Looks like some activities happening right here, starting parade. I don't think the
Entergy
parade
truck is
here
passing
yet,
us right now. So
thanks to Entergy for being part of this.
This is Cox Cable and Entergy, and they will be passing by to check the lines because, you know, many of the floats are double-decker big vehicles, and so they have to check to make no power lines are in the way and nothing is causing any problems. So you see these guys riding the route, and if there is, they jump off their truck and fix it very quickly. So this parade of 24 floats coming now can roll right through.
That's right. You know, we know what we are doing here in New Orleans, whether it's Entergy, the law enforcement, the people who make and build the floats, the folks who work so hard with the city of New Orleans to make all of this happen. It's really remarkable the way Mardi Gras is executed.
A lot of people think that New Orleans Mardi Gras is X-rated. Well, that is like a big, thought. No, we put our babies in ladders to watch parades. We paint our ladders with their names on them. And if you look at the camera, you will see people on the streets, and you see children and old people and young people all ready for the parades. It is a huge family event. frequently I'm in the event business, so people I work with all across the country or internationally will say like, oh, are you going to come to this meeting that's over the same dates as Mardi Gras? And I'm like, oh, no way. I have to stay home and be with my family and friends like Kelly and be on the stands talking about Mardi Gras.
Here's another Entergy truck coming by. Thank you, Entergy, for all you do
Thank
for
you,
our
Entergy.
community and for sponsoring today's broadcast. So you can tell, you know, we are surrounded by families. I wish there is nothing X-rated about this. There are nothing but grandparents, little kids. We saw someone
Football's
who had
throwing, frisbees
people are
going.
throwing frisbees.
There's kids out here, right here, that are throwing frisbees.
This is a very
and you can
lovely
see those
environment.
bead trees we were talking about. You know, there have been 10 days of parades already about that, yes?
Yeah,
And
lots
so
of bead trees around
This is
here.
the route for all the parades at the except for Endymion. And so as people throw, the floats are going to be right level with us. And so they throw at the beads to the stands and to the balconies that we're looking at, and they get caught in the trees. And then, you know, some people have gotten so they really ring the tree. It's kind of like lassoing the tree.
That's one of my favorite things about living in New Orleans. It's just driving through for really weeks after this. You know, the streets will be immaculate. They come through and clean the streets after each parade, and you would never know that a parade had just rolled by.
They're recycling glass, they're recycling cans, and they're recycling the beads. In fact, I want to talk about this amazing organization called ARC. It is for children who are challenged physically or mentally, and it allows them to recycle beads. So if you were coming to ride in a parade, you can go to bead stores, which we have everywhere that sell everything I'm wearing, but there's also ARC, and that's associations helps these children who are young adults and young children have a job, and they get paid a real living wage to do this beads, and many New Orleanians go there to buy their floats.
Yeah,
so it's a great way to rebuild.
And it's such a, I mean, there's just so many untold stories like that about Mardi Gras that people don't realize. We're going to try and share some of those fun facts with y'all today, but we're so glad you're joining us. Tell us where you're from. Many people are joining us from, we've had guests from Belgium, from Brazil, Oklahoma, all over the place. And you know, another reason people love New Orleans other than Mardi Gras is our music. And there is a phenomenal time to visit in the fall called NOLA by
Great
NOLA.
time to come. Great time. If you love music and you want to hear the best of New Orleans music, then come for NOLA by NOLA.
So
Tell us more about that, Kelly.
How does nonstop live music for 2 weeks sound? If you visit at the end of September and the beginning of October for NOLA by NOLA, there's live music of all kinds at venues of all sizes, and you can come experience this local celebration. This fall, NOLA by NOLA, I think we have a video on NOLA by NOLA, so let's take a look.
The incredible thing about NOLA by NOLA is over the course of 10 nights, we'll have over 350 shows.
It's basically a celebration of the city being itself. And it happens the last weekend of September, the first weekend of October.
Whatever your musical genre is that you love, and wherever you're staying or wherever you live, the neighborhood venue and venues are participating.
It affords our local venues, our local culture, the opportunity to expand their economic wins during the year. And not only that, it afforded a person to really become embraced in our culture, to actually go inside those venues that are nestled in the neighborhoods and the communities. And by doing so, you really support and help them to grow their businesses as well.
During NOLA by NOLA, there is just this sense of community. There is this excitement from everybody that's participating, and you feel that from the stage to the crowd.
Please support your local culture, support the local venues, because the local cultural industry is truly what drives our economy.
So if you love New Orleans, I say pick a time to come down for NOLA by NOLA, because it truly is a wonderful time to come experience New Orleans.
Come be part of the celebration.
This is what we work for. The moments you live for. The joy. The heart. The wonder. At Entergy, we're dedicated to powering each moment. Today and for future generations. So we're leading the way with a cleaner, more reliable power grid to power every day. Because these moments matter. We power life. Entergy.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed that video on NOLA by NOLA. Another phenomenal time to come visit New Orleans. But welcome back to the NOLA.com Parade Cam, sponsored by Entergy today. I'm Kelly Schultz. This is Diane Lyons. Parade is getting close, y'all. The first parade of the day is almost here. It should be here in a little while. It's really warming up here today in New Orleans. Yes. We're on St. Charles Avenue. It's a beautiful day for a parade. It really doesn't get any better than this.
It doesn't get any better than this. We're so blessed, y'all. It's going to be in the 70s, and the sun is beautiful, not a cloud in the sky right now. So we want to talk about the crew of Okeanos that will be here in just a few minutes, and I don't know how much talking we're going to be able to do because they're bands, so it happens with a float, and there are marshals who control the speed of it. There's a GPS car, and then there are guys on motorcycles that are part of the Jerusalem Temple Shriners. And you know, the Shriners are a great organization that raises money for children in hospitals around the world. So there's 4 or 5 groups of those, and another group called the Farad Grotto. So they'll be passing first, and then after that we'll begin the actual floats.
Yeah, you guys will get to see these floats. It's really unbelievable. You know, there's so much work that goes into these parades, and each float has a different theme. Each one is spectacularly decorated. There are actually float artists who do this for a living all year round. They design the floats. It's really just so much work that goes into it, and you will see the riders on the float. They're going to be throwing all different types of throws. You will hear and see all of these folks who are behind us getting very excited and yelling very loudly for beats and throws. And then, of course, the marching bands. We are not going to talk when those bands come through, so that you guys can hear.
So they have a lot of bands locally from this group today, but many bands from all across the country. You may be watching NOLA.com because your son or grandson or granddaughter is in a parade and you want to see them, because there are students that come from across the country and are thrilled to be representing that. So I believe coming up we have another truck. This is for the police.
It's getting started, y'all. Okeanos is starting to roll down St. Charles Avenue. Coming up right behind us. It'll start with a couple of police vans and things like that.
That's where they can take a break and have a little bite to eat. It's just a safety van that comes, and the police.
Yeah. So another parade has started rolling. There are nonstop parades today, 4 parades today in New Orleans, and so we're going to be with you for Okeanos and Mid-City and the crew of Toth, which has also started rolling. These parades go one after the other. Folks have been out here all day. They'll continue to be out here all day. Many of them will stay for the Bacchus Parade, which rolls tonight. So it is all getting underway right now with Okeanos. You can feel the excitement kind of building.
You can. And you know, many people came out at 7:30 this morning with their chairs, ice chest, and their families, and they've been eating and snacking, waiting for the parades. Now it's here. This will go on till about 11 p.m. tonight. So it's one parade after another. What makes parades different? I think it's the throws and the size of the floats. And the throws, these are custom beads with their name on it. And like this little duck says Okeanos, and there are lots of throws. So each parade has its own theme and its own throws. So this is World Festivals. That's what this will represent. And we can't wait to show the first float.
Yeah,
first up, we had the Shriners from Jerusalem Temple. This is the motorcycle escort first.
There you go, Jerusalem Shriners. Thank y'all for being here. The crowd is showing them lots of love. This crowd is getting excited. What they've been waiting for is finally here. The parade has finally reached us and is rolling. So y'all that are watching us, let us know what you're doing at home. Are you making gumbo?
So my iPhone just said it needs to cool down.
That's how hot it is out
That's
here.
how hot it is.
Y'all, let us know what you're doing at home. Are you making gumbo? Maybe you're eating king cake. We appreciate you guys for watching. Thank you so much for watching us. We've heard from people from all over the country and all over the world, really, from South America, from Belgium, from France. Thank you for watching, but we really hope that you'll plan a trip to New Orleans. Mardi Gras 2024 is February 13th, so we hope that you'll make a trip here. And if not next year, please just plan. Mardi Gras is really something that you have to experience.
It's for families, as you can see today, all the families on the route, and we want you to come and share this experience. I meet a lot of people in my event business that say, I haven't been to Mardi Gras since New Orleans, since I was in college. That is a totally different experience.
Yes.
And that is not the normal New Orleans lovers Mardi Gras. So we want you to plan now for 24, 25, 26.
Yeah.
Plan. It's a great time of the year. So behind us are the Jerusalem Temple dune buggies. And these are usually couples, and they're throwing bubble gum and trinkets. And they're volunteers that come out here to ride in this parade. One group is from Chalmette, which is a suburb of New Orleans, and another group is from Jefferson. Then we have Harahan, and we're very excited to have them here.
So yeah, you never know what you're going to see in a Mardi Gras parade. There are these
And
dune
behind them,
buggies,
I just
floats.
saw, if you can see that on the route, the clown unit is coming. Oh, Kelly, maybe next year we'll be part of the clown
Maybe.
unit.
I know. I don't know. This is a pretty cool gig, what we're doing right now, though.
We like this gig. We get the best of parades in a beautiful place, and we're not facing the sun, so that's even better.
That's good, but there are so many people out here. It's absolutely packed. We know that hotels are sold out this weekend throughout the city. Many people may be coming in to
So
stay.
following this group of the clown unit will be the Urban Cowboys Riding Club, and they are a new group. They're from Abita Springs, and they are really great. They're riders on horses with horsebacks and flags, and it's really fantastic.
Look at these beautiful horses.
Beautiful horses. And you know, you have to have a special horse to ride in a parade.
Yeah.
They have to be calm, not bothered by sirens and crowds. And these people look like they're having a great day, and they're giving out, you know, flowers and throws to the crowd. This is from Abita Springs. That's a town about 40 miles north of New Orleans.
That's right. So what do we have coming up next? Pretty soon you're going to see the United States Marine Marching Band. They're coming from Belchase, Louisiana. We love our Marines, and they're going to be here soon. Here's some pretty loud music coming up.
This is what's called a support vehicle.
Yeah.
Here the Marine Corps.
The Marine Corps.
In Belchase, Louisiana, we have a Marine marching band that's representing us. We love our military representation today in Okeanos, and we're thrilled to have it here.
We are. A lot of folks are out here singing and waiting for the Marine Corps marching band to join us. Let's be quiet for a second and
Precision. You think we're hot? Look at that uniform.
Let's listen to the Marine Corps band. We're going to be quiet for a second.
Jack says we're great. Well, coming up next is going to be the Archbishop Rummel Chappelle Marching Band. This is a local high school, and the Chappelle Dancing Group are a local group of young women at a school called Chappelle. So you're going to see a lot of bands that are local with this particular parade. It's called Okeanos, that's the name of our parade, and we have started the initial stages of the parade, which include the support trucks, the property trucks, and now we've got a marshal coming in a convertible. Shortly after, we have the Archbishop Rummel Chappelle Marching Band. Fabulous. Look at their twirling. My gosh. You have to walk 6 miles in this, and many of these bands do this 3 or 4 days in a row. So it is tough work.
They're definitely getting their steps in. I'll tell you, these young men and women are so talented. They represent many of our local schools. Some are out also from visiting communities, but this is right here in the New Orleans area.
And you know, Kelly, I saw something new to this year. There's sweepers on the route.
Yeah.
There are people sweeping. They sweep the beads to the right so that it's safe for the children that are walking in the parades. But it's also going to be picked up later by the Recycled That program. Anything staying on the street, people are recycling the beads this year, and there are companies that will resell them, and a lot of those go to children with disabilities who make business. So let's listen to the band.
Diane, we're about to see the captain's float.
Wow, here we go. Oh, the first float is coming, and that is the captain's float. So a captain in a Mardi Gras crew is usually, he has a term of 25 to 40 years sometimes. So he is the man who controls the board members, which become lieutenants and marshals for the crew, and he is the one who works with the creators to create a theme. So every year, these parades have been planning like next year's parade and the next year's parade. They plan 2 or 3 years in advance for a theme. So this is float number 1, the captain, and he is the man in charge, generally dressed in white, and he's got a big white plume on his head, and you'll see him shortly. He's amazing.
So, yeah,
and they're all pulled by tractors. And I read a story yesterday, Kelly, from a tractor driver who talked about what a difficult job that is.
Oh, I can imagine.
Because you have to navigate the crowds, you have to navigate the beads, and you have to be very safety conscious because you're pulling 20 to 50 people behind you on a float that's moving, and the men on the floats and the women all have halters to hold them in place. But a tractor driver deserves huge applause.
That's
and
right.
many of them do it generationally. They've been doing it, their father did it, and before tractors, by the way, we had mule-drawn floats.
That's right.
I don't know how that was. I'm sure at some point the mules would sit down in the heat or the cold or whatever.
You can see the tractor driver.
So you can see the captain of the Okeanos crew. He's throwing beads, and he has young pages on his float. He has 2 lieutenants on his float.
Look at the beautiful costume. It's just like glowing in the sun here.
And by the way, the captain is usually never named. It's a secret to everyone except crew members. This parade has been around since 1950.
All All right,
And
this
we
is
just
where we're
caught
gonna
a
start
couple.
getting pelted in the head. If we can't catch when we're holding our microphones, let's see what they just threw to us. Here we go.
Oh, our next band.
Another band.
This is a great band. They're called the Brass Hearts Marching Band, and they are from Mandeville, a community about 30 minutes north of New Orleans. It's a great music. This particular float and parades are a lot of local high school bands and a lot of local jazz bands.
So coming up next is the King. This is King Okeanos. You could see he is reigning over the crowd.
Oh, how
today.
beautiful.
Look at how beautiful that is.
So, not everyone can be a king. You have to be usually nominated by the lieutenants and the captain, and that's the case with this gentleman who looks like he's having a glorious ride. Directly behind our king float is the St. Mary's Dominican Debs High School Marching Band.
Let's listen to Dominican's
Let's listen
band.
to the band. Beautiful young people, talented, with a big, heavy, hot suit on.
Coming up next is the past queen. You will see just a second. She looks absolutely beautiful in her gown. She's the past queen of Okeanos. And again, you could see that she's in this beautiful gown, but she's also kind of strapped to the float for safety. So the view
And they
from-
had their ball a few weeks ago, and it's a private affair. And look at that young queen. They're usually about 20 years old, and she's beautiful. Her father would have usually been a member of the crew for many years, and she is thrilled to be a queen. And she has little maids on the float with her, which must be a special honor.
So coming up next is the
next band on this float coming up is called the Ramblers, and they play in Dixieland Band, and they are from Kenner, which is a suburb of New Orleans. So let's enjoy. All right, the next float in line coming up is the tidal float. This is float number 5. Remember, we have 25 floats today, and this one is called the Festivals of the World. This is the theme for this year's parade. 24, not 25, sorry. But you can see Festivals of the World. Oh, sorry, I messed up. This is the past maids.
Yeah, we're still in the beginning.
We're still in maids. Sorry about that.
The past maids and junior maids, you can see this float's a little bit taller than some of the other ones, but they've got on some pretty giant beads there. You can see.
Wow, look at those beads.
These past maids.
Throw us something, yay!
decked out.
Okay, we got some loot. Beautiful float. Okeanos, as we said, was started in 1949. Behind them, the band following them is the Donson Dixieland and Jazz Band, and they're from New Orleans, and they are also on a float a truck for them.
So let's listen to the
Take a look at
Dixieland Jazz
this.
Band.
Jazz with pizzazz.
You know, we have so many amazing musicians in New Orleans, and we just saw them come through. You know, coming up next, you are going to see the title float, float number 5. The theme of this year's parade is Festivals of the World. And they're coming up. That tractor driver is going slowly and carefully, which we appreciate, so that all the riders remain safe. We know how to pull off a Mardi Gras here in New Orleans, and safety is always the top priority. So here comes float number 5, the title float. Look at those costumes, Diane. Look at those beads. I thought we had a lot of stuff on, but look at these guys.
Oh my gosh. Look at these guys. So this
There
is
you
our
go.
title float. Festivals of the
Festivals
World.
of the World. Here's where we're going to really start getting hit in the head with beads.
Look at
if
the
we can't
crowds
catch 'em.
going wild. And there's our tractor driver.
There we go, y'all. Look at how much fun these guys are having.
Having a great time.
Festivals
Everybody's
of the
having
world.
a great time. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Throw us something. There we go. And this is the Mitchell High School Marching Band.
They're actually from Memphis. I love Memphis. I used to live in Memphis. Their band director
Memphis,
is named
Tennessee.
Cedric Dorsey. Let's listen. Got it. So again, thank you to everyone for watching at home today on the NOLA.com parade cam sponsored by Entergy. We're so glad that you are joining us today. It's a beautiful day here in New Orleans. The parades are just getting started. It's a full day with 4 parades. People have been out here all day. We'll be out here all night. We're surrounded by families and kids and folks who have been coming here for generations. Many visitors, of course. The city is sold out this weekend.
Yes.
It's absolutely packed
If
with
you
visitors.
come to New Orleans, you got to go to the Mardi Gras, and that's what we're seeing today, all the way through Fat Tuesday. The crowds are huge. The weather is going to be spectacular, and it is today. It's very warm. And the next float we have coming that I believe you can look at coming up, that's got the crew crest on it, Okeanos, the Titan of the Oceans. And the theme this year is Festivals of the World. So this float is called the Okeanos Squires, and beautiful costumes, green satin. And you know, many of the crews, it's forbidden for them to take their mask off.
That's right.
So as they ride, they're a masked man and nobody really knows who they are.
So here comes float number 6.
Woo!
He's getting ready to throw a football, it looks like.
Everyone's yelling, throw me something, mister. That's what we say in New Orleans. Or throw me something, honey. Or throw me something, Mrs.
Here comes some more beautiful horses. We are only on float number 7. There are 26 floats today in this one parade, and we've got 4 total today. So these folks look like they're having fun in the back of this truck here. They're throwing beads too. Coming up next, float number 7 with Honorary Parade Marshal Vince Vance.
You know, Kelly, Vince Vance is a local icon. He started a rock band in the 1960s, and he's still standing. I always think his hair looks like the original Conehead from Saturday Night Live because he's got this fabulous do that goes up like a cone
And
on the
you'll
top of
see
his
on
head.
the front of this float that hair right there, and Vince is right behind them. Vince Vance, honorary parade marshal. You're looking at float number 7. We are just getting started. There's much, much more to go.
He's the honorary parade marshal.
And he's actually singing. Let's listen to Vince Vance.
I love his hair. Vince Vance and the Valiants was the name of his group. And the theme looks like Under the Sea because, again, it's oceans.
How much fun is that? Next are the Majorettes, or us, from New Orleans. Look at these precious little girls who are marching. This is so much work for these kids. They are really out there marching on long routes. They have very dedicated parents who accompany them on the route and make sure.
They're just adorable.
They're absolutely adorable, and they are such a highlight of this parade and all the others. So let's listen to this performance. The next float coming up is float number 8. This one is called Oceans Lovers Festival. So you guys can see what we were talking about earlier, just the bright colors. The riders are on there. They're having so much fun. You can tell they're not tired at all, and they've been going for a while. So look at float number 8, Ocean Lovers Festival. This is actually from Australia.
It's from Sydney, Australia, the Oceans Festival.
Festivals of the world, and this one happens to represent Australia. Hope some of you folks are watching from Australia. And again, we'd love for you to book your trip.
This float has ladies on it.
Oh, it does, okay. Some parades are all men, some are all women, some are a combination. Somebody just set off a confetti cannon, so now there's confetti flying through the streets, which we love. So these are really just absolutely spectacular works of art, really. These floats are like works of art. So you are watching the NOLA.com Parade Cam, sponsored by Entergy. I'm Kelly Schultz from New Orleans and Company. I'm with Diane Lyons, my co-host. We're going to be with you here all day, bringing you coverage. We'll be with you for 3 parades. There are actually 4 today. They'll have another host for the evening parade, but folks have been out here all day. We're surrounded by families and kids. There's tons of police, law enforcement out here. Everyone's just having a really great time. It's warm today. You never know in New Orleans in February if it's going to be cold or if it's going to be 70 or 80 degrees. But there's not a cloud in the sky, blue skies. We're surrounded by our bead trees. So if you've been in New Orleans, you see that all of the Mardi Gras beads get stuck into our trees. It's actually quite pretty, I think. It's like art. And that's one of my favorite things about living in New Orleans, is that you can drive by and see the bead trees in bloom, like we like to say.
Well, and I think our parade has stopped for a minute because the beginning of the floats that had the king and the queen and the officers has stopped at Gallier Hall, which is where our mayor is stationed, which is a few blocks from us, and they do an official toast with the City of New Orleans Council and the Mayor of New Orleans. So the parade stops for a few minutes and then keeps rolling.
Yeah.
But we're excited. This one is beautiful. It seems to have men and just women on it. No men and women.
Yeah.
boat. It's a great float coming up.
So yeah, the parade is rolling once again. Coming up next is going to be float number 9. And that is representing Oktoberfest. So you're still looking at Ocean Lovers Festival from Australia, float number 8. These are very, very bright costumes. We have a little child in the stands here it's his first Mardi Gras. So he's a little toddler, and folks are just throwing him tons of beads because it's his first Mardi Gras. So
Beautiful
he's having
float.
a great time out here. So look at these costumes, Diane. They're so brightly colored. It really is just something beautiful. And these folks are not shy with their throws. I'm sure we're going to get hit in the face at any point.
They're trying to reach the balcony above us.
We're going to get hit in the face at any point, I'm sure. But because we've got a microphone in our hand, normally we would be holding our hands up to try and catch all this stuff. But they're being very generous with their throws. So coming up next, we actually have another band, and this is from Thurgood Marshall. This is from New Orleans, Louisiana.
Hey, ladies, throw us something up here. That's what we say in New Orleans, and we're getting beads everywhere, as well as some of the signature items.
So coming up next is another fantastic local school, local band. Their band director is Nikki Russell. So let's take a listen to Success at Thurgood Marshall from New Orleans. That was an incredible local marching band from Thurgood Marshall right here in New Orleans. They are so talented. Coming up next, you're going to see float number 9, which represents Oktoberfest. We are celebrating festivals of the world here today in Okeanos. And next coming up is Oktoberfest.
Which
Have you ever
is,
been
by
to
the way,
Oktoberfest?
no, I've never been. Have you?
I have not.
But I love lederhosen. That you can't beat wearing cute little empress dresses and lederhosen and drinking steins of beer. I have been in Munich before, and this is one of the largest festivals in Germany.
So in New Orleans, we love to celebrate different cultures. We love to welcome people of different cultures. You know, we are a very diverse, welcoming, inclusive city. You know, Germany is actually a major international market for us. We welcome many visitors from Germany.
We have some flights from Germany, yes, that come during certain times of the year.
Certain times
So you
of the
can fly
year,
nonstop.
yes, and we're always working hard to make sure our international visitors can get here.
Oh, look how cute.
Let's take a look at Oktoberfest, float number 9.
Ladies with the braids. She's got a chicken in her thing. Hey there. Oktoberfest, and they are throwing also the signature bucket. I see the sand bucket.
Oh, there are the buckets we talked about earlier. So coming up next, we have another really talented local band. These are the North Shore Knockouts.
This is the North Shore Knockouts, and they are really into physical training and exercise, and they have the cutest band. Look how cute they are, all sparkly.
Let's listen and watch.
What a beautiful day in New Orleans. The band music is fabulous.
It really is, and this is quite a workout for these folks who are marching this way and dancing, but everybody's having a great time. It's a beautiful day out here. The parade route is absolutely packed. It's full of families and kids and even some dogs. We saw some pets out here earlier. Only in New Orleans. All right. This is the Samuel J. Green Charter School from right here in New Orleans. Let's listen to these talented young musicians. Next float is float number 10, the Hawaii Moihana Festival. This sounds like something that's celebrated in Hawaii.
It's a week-long festival in Hawaii, and it celebrates the culture and the people of Hawaii. So this is a beautiful float.
Beautiful. Here comes float number 10, celebrating a festival of Hawaii. Hawaii, of course, is another destination like New Orleans that's known for its hospitality. And they have a woman tractor driver here. Here comes float number 10. Absolutely beautiful. Someone's blowing bubbles. There are bubbles flying through the streets now. Next, we have the Langston Hughes Academy Band from New Orleans. Their band director is Samuel Venable Jr. Langston Hughes Academy. Let's listen. Y'all have been listening to the Langston Hughes Academy from New Orleans. They are so talented and march for a really long distance in these parades and entertain the crowds. They're really amazing young people, and of course the parents who accompany them are incredible. So coming up next is float number 11. This is the Notting Hill Carnival, Diane.
And this is a wonderful Caribbean-oriented festival. In fact, when I looked it up, Kelly, I thought it looked, and it's in London, England, I thought it was a Mardi Gras festival. They had feathers and women with big headdresses and marching crews. It is a fabulous festival, the Notting Hill Carnival, and it is in London, England, and it is celebrating the Caribbean festivals, food, and fashion.
Wonderful. Let's take a look.
There's Big Ben. Again, the theme for this parade this year is festivals around the world. So we are traveling around the world.
Yeah, we've been to Hawaii, we've been to Australia, we have been all over the world already, and we're just getting started. So we're only on float number 11, Notting Hill.
I caught a crawfish tray.
All right, we caught a crawfish tray, y'all.
That's the entire Okeanos group. Good job. Oh, there you go. We got beautiful beads. We got bomb that time.
All right.
So
now
the thrilling part
another...
of this parade is a fabulous 13-inch crawfish tray. And you know, in Louisiana, we crawfish now until July. Those are the little mud bugs. But I'm going to start talking and talk about the band.
Dance Innovation. You're seeing Dance Innovation from Ponchatoula, Louisiana, not too far from here. Let's stop and take a listen. right, coming up next, we are going to see
It's the Native American Festival,
Float
and it's
number
celebrating
12.
historical costumes. It's a little bit down the road yet. Oh. And you're looking at another marshal in the convertible. The marshals keep the parade safe by watching the barricades are all in place, and it's an honor. They take classes how to be a parade marshal, but it's a volunteer position. A lot of fun, I'm sure.
Coming up next is float number 12. We're celebrating Festivals of the World today, and this is celebrating the Native American Festival.
Which is a beautiful float, and they're celebrating the culture of Native Americans with a festival that's held in the West. And right behind them will be Italian flag throwers of Italy. And you know, a flag throwing is a talent in Italy and in France, and it goes back to the medieval days. So I can't wait to see them because they are either from Florence or that area of Italy.
Native American Festival from New Mexico, float number 12. These folks are having so much fun. You could tell, as I was saying, if you ever have a chance to ride in a Mardi Gras parade, you absolutely should do it. It is one of the most fun things you can ever imagine.
What a beautiful float.
Beautiful float, a beautiful
This festival
day.
is held in New Mexico.
That's right. Festivals of the World is the theme. Each float has a different theme, but they're all beautiful, bright colors. Folks are having fun. They've worked hard and saved and bought all of their throws, and today's the big day. This is what they've been waiting for, to get out here and interact with these large crowds. Everyone's having a great time. We're surrounded by families and children. All right. So coming up next are the flag throwers of Italy.
Wow.
Let's take
Look
a
how
look.
beautiful their costumes are.
They are very beautiful, very bright. We
New
also
Orleans has a very large Italian population, and this is brought to us by the Italian American Association. Frank Marcelli was the sponsor of this. We have a beautiful plaza in New Orleans called the Piazza d'Italia, and next month we celebrate St. Joseph's Day, who is the patron saint of Sicilians. I know that's not Italy, but look at this flag display now. Wow.
Wow, that is talent. The crowd is loving these folks from Italy. The flag throwers of Italy. The crowd is loving them, y'all. Coming up next, float number 13, the Hippocampus.
Now this is an annual float. It's a 2-decker float. I guess it holds 50, 60 people. And the hippo comes from the word horse, and campus is a sea monster. So this is the symbol of the parade of Okeanos. So take a look at this now and try to get some loot. Kelly and I are going to get more things.
This is a big float, jam-packed with people, men and women, beautiful, bright costumes. And they are very generous with their throws. I just tried to catch something
They're
and I
throwing
didn't.
beautiful glass beads
Yeah.
as well as beautiful, oh how pretty, thank you. Beautiful glass beads.
We just caught some
Beautiful.
of the signature Okeanos
So this is Hippocampus,
beads.
and this is an annual float for the Okeanos Parade. Quite beautiful. And right behind them is the rhythm dance group from Westwego. This is a group of kids out here in the dance company of Westwego, and they have been working on this years of dance. So I guess it's a dance school. It's quite pretty, and they're working hard. Walking these routes is difficult. It's 6.5 miles in costume and smiling the whole time.
That's right. Let's watch.
Okay, our next float, again, we're celebrating the festivals around the world. So this is the world famous Cherry Blossom Festival. And of course, cherry blossoms were given to the DC Capitol in Washington, DC. And so this is celebrating beautiful cherry blossoms that happen every spring. And it is a gorgeous float. If you haven't been there, you should go in the springtime to see the cherry blossoms in bloom in Japan or DC, or you can come to New Orleans. We have some out at City Park.
That's right.
Plan your trip to New Orleans, people. How would you stay home? This is the time to visit us. Beautiful weather. Everybody's happy. It's a safe environment, and they're beautiful. There are families everywhere, catching beads, catching crawfish trays, and more.
Yeah, there are tons of kids out here. There are moms and dads and grandparents and generations of families really have been coming. Lots of visitors.
There's a drone passing us,
There's
Kelly.
a drone passing us. So this next float is what you're looking at is float 14, the Cherry Blossom Festival. Look at how beautiful. So this is celebrating the Cherry Blossom Festival from Japan. This is a really fun theme for a parade.
Beautiful,
I enjoy
beautiful
seeing all
themes.
these different festivals and all the different countries. New Orleans
Wow,
is
look
a
at
very
their costumes.
New Orleans is a very international city, and it's nice to be able to celebrate all of these
And I
different
will tell you that
cultures.
they do have to wear masks, and they have to keep those masks on the entire time they're on the float. It's a secretive organization, and they want to.
All right, we just caught a cup. They are very generous with
Carnival
their
crews
throws.
must wear masks because that is part of the crew rules. Next is NOLA Bombshells. This is a dance group. You know, I think I said earlier, if you heard us, we have about 60 marching women's groups, and they all represent many, many types of entertainment. This one really likes physical activity, and look at those costumes, red, black, red shiny tennis shoes, and they're moving. Let's enjoy them.
This is the NOLA Bombshells from Metairie, Louisiana.
All right, those bombshells are moving. That's the name of this women's dance group, the Bombshells. And they're from Metairie, Louisiana, which is a suburb of New Orleans. And y'all, it's just moving along. Our next float is going to be the Festival of Versailles. And it is quite beautiful. Every one of these floats are beautiful. There are 24 floats in Okeanos, and the bands in between them are local. They're jazz bands or high school marching bands. It is a gorgeous day. You need to mark your calendar now to come to New Orleans for one of our mini festivals, or come next year for Mardi Gras.
That's
New
right.
Orleans and Company has everything to help you plan your trip, and that's NewOrleansandCompany.com.
It's NewOrleans.com. You can go to NewOrleans.com. Mardi Gras next year falls on February 13th, but that means weeks and weeks of festivities leading up to that. But if y'all are watching today, the NOLA.com Parade Cam sponsored by Entergy. Thank you so much for watching. Tell us where you're from. Tell us where you're watching from. Maybe you're doing something fun related to New Orleans today. We want to hear from you. And you are looking at float number 15, the Festival of Versailles. We are celebrating festivals of the world today with Okeanos. Dance Company coming up next from New Orleans, Louisiana. The director of the Erie Dance Company is Erie Tolliver.
The next dance group is the Erie Dance Company.
We just saw them. I think coming up next, we've actually
I'm sorry,
got the Essence of Soul Performing Arts Academy. Things are moving so fast here, and there's so many talented bands. But coming up, look at these beautiful bright pink costumes.
Oh, they're darling.
These ladies look absolutely beautiful, these young ladies.
Dancing beauties. I love the pink color.
Essence of Soul Performing Arts Academy from Baton Rouge. Their director is Jeremy J. Washington. We've got some very talented dancers here. You're watching the Essence of Soul Performing Arts Academy from Baton Rouge, not too far away from right here in New Orleans. And this parade is just rolling right on through. After this, we've got 3 more today, so please stay with us. Tell us where you're from. Tell us what you're doing today. Maybe you're making some gumbo or eating king cake, or maybe you have a favorite memory of Mardi Gras if you've ever been here, or maybe you're planning to visit. We'd love to hear from you, so let us know. We have had today, we know people have been watching from Belgium, from Brazil, from all over the United States, Florida, New York, Utah. We really appreciate y'all watching this cam today, brought to you by Entergy. We love that you're watching, but we really want you to come to New Orleans and experience this for yourself. So there is nothing like Mardi Gras in New Orleans. And speaking of Mardi Gras, that is the theme of float number 16. Our next float celebrates Mardi Gras.
And you know, Carnival and Mardi Gras are the huge industry year-round in New Orleans, and there's a billion-dollar business. Everything from beads to boas to scarves and costumes and headdresses. And of course, all the people that work in that industry. It's very important to our city to have Mardi Gras, and this is a beautiful, safe, gorgeous day today. We have a lot of policemen that have come from all over the state to help us to keep this place safe, and they are having great reviews. Let's look at this float now. Float call number 16, Mardi Gras.
That rider is waving to everyone who's watching on the NOLA.com parade cam. Coming up next is the Panorama Jazz Band, also from right here in New Orleans. Panorama Brass Band and the Panorama.
And Kelly, they've been around since 1995, and they're based here in New Orleans. It's a great group with traditional jazz music, and the costumes are beautiful. Orange, brass band. They are just beautiful. And listen to the sound. We'll listen to that for a minute.
You can see that we have marchers and musicians of all ages. There are very, very young people. There are middle-aged people. There are folks here from all walks of life, all ages. And now we are getting ready to welcome float number 17, which celebrates Bastille Day. Diane, you've been to France, I think. Have you ever experienced the Bastille Day festivities?
I have not. I've read lots about it, and I know it's wonderful. Kelly, maybe that's what we should do in, I don't know, July.
Maybe.
We could go to Paris and find the, well, we have to find out what month it's in first, I guess. Huh?
Well, this is, you could see the Eiffel Tower there on the front of this float. Just one of the many reminders of how talented these float artists are. They spend all year really designing these floats. They really are remarkable. This is representing Bastille Day in Paris, France.
And we want to thank those tractor drivers. See the man at the front? He has to be safe and eyes in all directions. He moves slowly, but he's not only have the responsibility of the float. Look at all the people on the float and the people on the route. That's his job. And they are amazing. Many of those people do it year in, year out. So this is number 17, Bastille Day. Beautiful costumes. They look like they're from Paris with their little berets.
These folks are having fun. They are very generous with their throws. Coming up next is another band from New Orleans, the KIPP Leadership Academy School. Their band director is Shannon Haynes. Let's listen. Float number 18. That is celebrating another New Orleans festival, French Quarter Festival. French Quarter Festival is actually coming up April 13th through 16th, 2023. They're celebrating their 40th anniversary this year, Diane.
Wow. It is my favorite festival besides Carnival because it celebrates the food, the culture, and the music of New Orleans. And we have people from around the world that come for that festival. We have some bands that love jazz that come to play at French Quarter Fest. It's a local festival in the French Quarter. Very beautiful. You have to come and check in. If you can't make Mardi Gras, put French Quarter Fest on your calendar.
That's
coming
right.
up April
French Quarter
13th to
Fest.
16th.
And look at this beautiful, looks like Louis Armstrong on the front of that float. Again, just beautiful costumes. Riders are having a great time. They've waited all year for this. They've bought all their throws. They are ready to roll, and they're having a great time doing it. Float number 18 celebrating French Quarter Festival. Thanks for watching the NOLA.com Parade Cam, brought to you today by Entergy. Look at those giant beads, Diane.
So the French Quarter Festival float has stopped right in front of our NOLA.com headquarters, and they have some great gifts. They're throwing us crawfish trays, which are this year's annual throw that is sustainable and fantastic for the city. Everybody eats crawfish, and we need those plastic trays to be able to do that. Oh, and I just caught a handful of great beads from Okeanos. Thank you. Whoa. Oh, and Kelly, we haven't talked about doubloons.
All right, we just got pelted.
Doubloons have been around since 1961, and we just got a handful called Festivals of the World. This is representative of the crew title. Floats, and it says Festivals of the World, Okeanos 2023. That's the beer
You
tray.
can tell
or the
these
crawfish
folks are
tray
having
they're holding
fun.
up.
They're
That's
drinking their beer.
signature throw this year.
Coming up next, another talented band and more musicians. This one is actually the Mystic Crew of Femme Fatale, right here in New Orleans, Louisiana. Let's listen.
Beautiful costumes. Another one of our dancing women's groups in New Orleans, the Femme Fatales. We're having so much fun up here. From the NOLA.com stands. It's been a pleasure today working with Kelly Schultz and the NOLA.com people to present New Orleans Mardi Gras.
Look at the beautiful costumes and how much fun they're having.
next festival, Everyone Loves Wine, and this is a festival of wine. And look, of course, on the front of the float is a bottle of wine. Kelly, I'm ready for that. I guess we have 2 more parades after this, so then we'll be opening a big bottle of wine.
That's right. Diane and I love our wine. This next float is float number 19. It celebrates the Festival of Wine.
And do we want to talk about Entergy at this point, one of our sponsors that did a great job bringing us back with linemen who put our power back if we ever need it, and they do a lot of good things for our community as well. Thank you, Entergy, for sponsoring the NOLA.com chat website, the webcam, NOLA.com/webcam.
Coming up next, the NOLA Angels. They are from right here in Harahan, Louisiana. That's a suburb of New Orleans. They are the NOLA Angels. Let's take a look.
Another great dancing group of women called the NOLA Angels. Love their costumes. It's a dance and social team.
Next float is number 20, celebrating the Cannes Film Festival. Another celebration from France. Of course, we have lots of French roots here in New Orleans. Lots of similarities with that culture. Float number 20 is celebrating the Cannes Film Festival. Look at those beautiful costumes. Again, these riders of Okeanos have been very generous with their throws. We've been getting pelted up here with beads and doubloons and other trinkets. All right, coming up next, the Jukebox Heroes. This is from Violet, Louisiana. Jukebox Heroes, let's take a listen.
Our next float is the Amori Nabutu Matsuri Festival, and this is in Japan. It's every August. The festival celebrates the most tourists of any country's Nabutu festivals and is counted among the top festivals in the world. So this is in Japan. Beautiful float. Look at those men throwing floats. This is a float full of men, I think, wearing masks and looking like they're having a blast.
Yeah, and you'll probably notice that these riders will identify someone in the crowd that they want to throw their beads to. So you may see them point to the crowd. Coming up next is the Dance Floor Elite from St. Rose, Louisiana. St. Rose, Louisiana, not too far from New Orleans. These are very talented dancers. Let's take a look. Group of dance team. next, another talented band, New Orleans Charter Science and Mathematics High School, reaching sky high at Sci High.
They're from New Orleans, the New Orleans Science and Math Band. This is a great group of young people. You know, these kids rehearse really 8 or 9 months to be in the parades. The reason to be is to get to march in the Mardi Gras parade, and today these parades groups we've seen are local, but in other 2 parades coming up, you'll see some national bands that have traveled from all across the country to be part of our entertainment. And of course, we had the flag throwers from Italy. That's pretty impressive. They were impressive. So coming up next, you'll get a close-up of the New Orleans Science and Math Band, and these are some darling kids who work really hard to get to come. Many of them raise money so they can get to be in the parade and celebrate a part of the New Orleans tradition of carnival. If you can look on the streets as the camera's looking around, you will see babies and mamas and children. This is a family day in New Orleans Sunday, Mardi Gras Sunday, and you can see the small children at the barricades. They're loaded up with beads and trinkets, and they are having a blast. Pre-parade, they were all in the streets waiting for the parade. Some of these people have been out here since 7:30 this morning, and they will stay through the next 3 parades and go home about 11 o'clock tonight. So it's a great celebration. You can see all the families, you can see people on the balconies. And now our next group coming up is
the Stella Worthy Middle School Band from Westwego, Louisiana. The band director is Edward L. Johnson. Let's take a listen. Number 23, Northern Lights Festival. Oh, I'm sorry, this is float number 22. The Renaissance Festival. I was one ahead. Y'all are watching the NOLA.com parade cam sponsored by Entergy today. We're in the crew of Okeanos. It's a beautiful day here in New Orleans. Everyone's having a great time. Next we have the Stella Worthy Middle School Marching Band from Westwego, Louisiana. Their band director is Edward Johnson.
Listen to that band. They're great kids working hard to be here at a carnival parade in New Orleans.
Let us know where y'all are watching today. We know people have been watching us from all over the United States. We've had Florida, New York, Utah, California, really anywhere you could imagine. And then we've also had people from as far away as Belgium and Brazil. So thank you for watching us. We hope you're enjoying this broadcast brought to you by Entergy. But what would be even better is if you were with us in person, and you can plan a trip to New Orleans for next year. Next year, Mardi Gras falls on February 13th, 2024. Great opportunity for you to plan a trip and experience all of this for yourself. There's really nothing quite like New Orleans Mardi Gras. All right, coming up next, we have the Northern Lights Festival from Alaska. We're celebrating festivals of the world today. This one.
Kelly, have you ever seen the Northern Lights?
I have not either.
Me either, but it's on my bucket list. So look, we get to see a float that represents it. Does that count on my bucket list?
We have truly gone all over the world today. They've even had they've had festivals celebrating from all over the world. They even had one for Mardi Gras and French Quarter Fest. So you're watching the first
festival. It's been a beautiful parade.
You are watching the crew of Okeanos, but coming up right behind it is the crew of Mid-City. Then we have the crew of Toth. Toth is rolling on through. That's rolling down St. Charles Avenue right now. Hasn't made its way here yet, but they are rolling and will get to us soon. We have 4 parades today, a full day, a full night. People have been out here, camps out. They are having so much fun, and it's not even going to stop after today. Tomorrow we go right into Mardi Gras, and then Tuesday, the big day, Mardi Gras Day, Fat Tuesday, the celebration, everything culminates at midnight on Tuesday. But there's plenty of fun between now and then. You know, one good thing about this year is that Mardi Gras weekend is the same day as President's Day. So many of our visitors have told us that they had a 3-day weekend. Visitors from the U.S., that is, they had a 3-day weekend for President's Day, and they decided to make that into a 3-day weekend in New Orleans. These guys are having fun.
Beads are coming our way, Kelly. They're coming it to us. Beads, trinkets. This is what we do. We love this, and we'll recycle these today.
They love the camera, too. When they see these NOLA.com cameras, they love it. Next is 3D Entertainment from right here in Metairie, Louisiana. Let's listen.
the Okeanos parade will be a wrap, and it is Patrick's Day, St. Patrick's Day. And of course, New Orleans has a lot of Irish. As I said earlier in the broadcast, we're a melting pot of people from around the world because we're a port city. So what you'll find in New Orleans is a lot of diversity and a lot of celebration of different ethnic groups. So this is a festival, St. Patrick's, and it is really great. I guess it's the Ireland celebration, and this is our last float.
The last
this
float
parade.
for the Okeanos parade, but much, much, much more ahead.
Stay by. We're going to have another parade following in about 10 minutes. It's called Mid-City. That's going to be another absolutely beautiful parade. And each crew designs its own themes, but they also design their throws. And this parade has had amazing throws. We've caught a lot of really fun things, and the people riding the floats have had an excellent time. So thank you all for joining us, but send us your messages and let us know where you are in the world.
All right, we have another marching group coming up. This is the KIP, New Orleans Leadership Academy.
Young people who march in these parades. It's a 6-mile route, and many of them practice since last October when they started school to be in these Mardi Gras parades. It takes a lot of endurance to follow through and to dance and march and play the instruments as you go down the long route from Uptown New Orleans to Canal Street and the end of the route. So we're wrapping up Okeanos today with a great parade. I mean, the throws were fantastic. The crowds out here are wonderful. And I want you to look at Mardi Gras 2024 and book now. Find a great hotel and stay for 5 days. NOLA.com has everything, and what they don't have, New Orleans and Company has. So
NewOrleans.com, NOLA.com. We want to come see you. We love that y'all are watching us today, and thank you to Entergy. Huge thank you, Entergy, for being our sponsor today. But we just wrapped up one parade, folks, but there is much more ahead. We have seen the Okeanos parade. We're going to be going right into Mid-City. Mid-City is actually the 5th oldest continually parading New Orleans Mardi Gras crew. These parades go one right after the other. We saw crew of Okeanos, now crew of Mid-City, and then we're going to have crew of Toth, and then after that, goes right into Bacchus. So it's really warmed up here today. It's really like a spring day.
Now there's a little breeze. It's very nice. This cruise started in 1933. So many of these crews have lots of history behind them. And it used to parade in a neighborhood in the middle of New Orleans called Mid-City. And about 15 years ago, they changed it to the main route. And it parades on Dimanche Gras, which is Sunday, the Sunday prior to Fat Tuesday or Mardi Gras Day. It follows the Uptown Parade route, and it used to be designed by another Kern. There was a Kern that was a sister of Blaine Kern, the creator of most of the floats we know. Her name was Betty Ray Kern, and she designed their floats until 1992. Now they're designed by Ricardo Pustatano. So this will be a great float parade. And you know, one of the things about Mid-City, Kelly, is that they have foil. They're made with tin foil, and this is an iconic thing. They started like that years and years ago in the 30s and 40s, and they still cover their floats with tin foil. So
that's right.
I guess everybody calls it aluminum foil, but that's just a brand, right?
Every crew has their own traditions, their own history, their own theme. You know, these folks have been marching forever, parading forever and ever, and they absolutely love it. Tradition is a big deal here in New Orleans, but you can see it's really a sunny day. There's not a cloud in the sky. It's absolutely beautiful. We're surrounded by bead trees, which is the trees that are covered in Mardi Gras beads that land there with all of the throws. And you can see the beginning coming up here, the beginning of the Mid-City Parade. getting going. That's right there. If you're familiar with New Orleans, you're looking at what is called Harmony Circle, right downtown New Orleans on St. Charles Avenue. And the parade is rolling right along. So,
one of the little known facts about Mid-City Parade, they were the first parade to animate floats. And you know how they did that? They put Boy Scouts under the float and they pedaled and turned. One of them rode a bike to make a head turn on a float, and others sat in the top of the float to make eyes open. And that was done, 40 years ago when they started doing it. And then the crew of Rex followed that suit, and Rex has animated three-dimensional floats that turn heads. But Mid-City started that, and they want you to know that they were the first, and they're the 5th oldest crew parading in New Orleans.
I did not know that. There are so many fun facts, so much history, so much trivia.
Diane is a font. Diane Lyons here.
So you're watching
font of New Orleans history.
You are. Diane Lyons is our co-host today. She's my friend, and she runs a very successful event planning company here in New Orleans called Accent, and just really works with customers to bring New Orleans to life, to bring those experiences to life. And it is so much fun to be up here with you, Diane, and watch these parades.
Kelly, we've done a lot of fun things together. This is another one to hit the streets together.
We've seen the crew of Okeanos. You're about to see the crew of Mid-City. And coming up first is another amazing band, the Livingston High School Band. And their band director is Mr. Dedrick Jones. Let's take a listen.
So what you're looking at now is the captain of the crew of Mid-City. Now, you never know the captain's name. It's a position that most people keep for a long time once they're made the captain of a crew. And this is the gentleman who chooses the theme, he chooses the queen, he works with the team of lieutenants and marshals to create a very safe parade. So you'll see the captain and his officers riding on horseback currently. Always beautifully festooned. And remember, they ride those horses for a long time too, so you have to be in pretty good shape to be a lieutenant. This year's theme for the Mid-City is Louisiana Bounty, which means our citrus fruit, our crabs and shrimp. This is a celebration of satsumas too, which we grow a lot of oranges here in Louisiana. In fact, we had a relative years ago that used to ship oranges from Louisiana around the world.
So coming up is float number 1, the first float, the captain and the officers. This is the crew of Mid-City. They're the 5th oldest crew. And here you see the captain and the officers, float number 1. you're looking at float number 1, the captains and officers. This is the crew of Mid-City. They've been parading for 85 years, since 1934. These guys are having a great time. They've been out here for a while. This is what they've been waiting for all year. And they're being very generous with their throws. We're kind of getting pounded up here, actually. So 1933, actually, is when this crew started. Float number 2. This is very special. The Tulane University football coaches and staff. You all know that Tulane just recently won a championship. So here we are celebrating those Tulane coaches and players.
And it's a perfect time to talk about the Tulane doctors. The future of medicine is here. Tulane doctors are the physicians and scientists working side by side to advance medicine, develop new treatments. Visit Tulane.com to find your own Tulane doctor and ensure you catch more than beads there. It's a very great sponsor, TulaneDoctors.com.
These guys are having fun, these amazing athletes and their coaches.
I love the tinfoil on the floats. These are very different from the other floats because they're wrapped in tinfoil, which is how they started. And they've kept that tradition now for 85 years. That's amazing.
Here's the Sophie Wright Charter School Band. Let's listen. The Sophie Wright Charter School Band. Their director is Desmian Barnes. Very talented young people. So coming up next, we have float number 3, the King, His Majesty, the King of Mid-City. Look
And
at
his
that
name is
beautiful
Dr. Michael Vincent. And he is very proud, I'm sure. He's got lieutenants on the float with him. He's very royal. Look at the way he waves that scepter. You know, there's a lot of training in New Orleans. Also, another sideline business is training kings and queens how to be royal. You don't want to wrap that scepter very fast. You want to take your time and enjoy it.
And how to greet their subjects.
And he is anchored in there.
Hail Mid-City. Look at that beautiful costume. The crowd loves the King. Coming up next, the King's Band of Merry Men, float number 4.
And they have their own float. Look at this. It's quite beautiful.
Also,
and again, it's wrapped in a colored aluminum foil. This is very different from most of our floats that are made of paper mache and have pieces of gold leaf on them. This is made of aluminum foil, well, covered in aluminum foil. Great jazz band on the front as well. And this is the King's Band, right? The King's Band?
That's right.
King's Band of Merry Men. They're pretty merry to me.
Float number 4.
Now we have a police car
King's
passing.
Band
You know,
of
this is a
Merry
very
Men.
safe route. We have a lot of police
Queen.
from
Here's
throughout
the
Louisiana.
Queen,
Here's
Diane.
the Queen. Oh my goodness! And her name is Jennifer Weathers. This is a highlight of a young girl's career to be as a teenager. Then you get to be about 20, and you can be the Queen. Sometimes, though, it's a wife of a member. Jennifer is a beautiful woman, and I think she's the wife of the King.
So she looks like she's
Many
having a
times
great
they're
time.
debutantes, which you'll see later on the next parade.
So you're watching the Queen of Mid-City. Coming up next, we have the West Jefferson High School Band. Their director is Mr. Eddie Williams. West Jefferson is right here in the New Orleans area. So again, these local schools and schools from all over, really, to be able to march at a New Orleans Mardi Gras parade is really quite an honor. And they work hard all year to practice and train for this. So let's take a look at the West Jefferson High School Band.
And they look like they're having a great time. The Marching Buccaneers from Harvey, Louisiana. That's just across the river from downtown New Orleans. Great kids, all out here working hard to be in a parade, and they're proud to be in Mid-City this year. Beautiful costumes.
All right. Let's finish listening to West Jefferson. The crew of Toth is rolling right along, right behind this parade.
Ellie, look at those high-kicking girls. They've been practicing a while.
Let's listen
West Jefferson.
Let's listen to the band. The next float number 6, these are the maids. Look at those beautiful headpieces. I bet they are quite heavy, but you can't tell. These ladies are having a great time, enjoying themselves. They're also very generous with their throws. And I'll tell you, I hope everyone wore their sunscreen today because it has really gotten to be warm out here. So those are the maids of Mid-City. Coming up next is the Franny C. Williams Charter School Marching Band. Their leader is Mr. Derek Bray. They're from right here in New Orleans. Let's take a listen. That was the Franny C. Williams Charter School Marching Band. They're continuing to pass us by. Very talented dancers, young people, musicians. The crowds really love these marching bands. Coming up next is float number 7. We're just rolling right along here with the crew of Mid-City. We've already seen the crew of Okeanos. Coming up right behind this is the crew of Toth. They're rolling down St. Charles Avenue. And then one more, you're going to have the crew of Bacchus. But today's coverage is brought to you by Entergy. We appreciate Entergy. I'm Kelly Schultz with New Orleans and Company. I'm with my co-host Diane Lyons. It is just a picture-perfect day for a Mardi Gras parade. The
One
sun
of
is
the most
out.
beautiful days this spring. It's already really spring. I saw azaleas blooming yesterday. So it's
Here comes
quite
some more
beautiful.
maids. Float number 7. Again, look at those beautiful headpieces they're wearing. Absolutely beautiful. Float number 7, maids. Arthur Ashe Charter School, another very talented marching band, Arthur Ashe Charter School. The director is Mr. Edwin Thomas. These kids work hard, train all year for their appearance in the Mardi Gras parade. This is a really long route for them, but they seem to be having a good time. The parents who accompany them are just right there along with the kids for whatever they may need. It is a warm day in New Orleans, so we hope that they're all staying hydrated, enjoying themselves. It is quite a workout to march and dance in these parades for as long as our routes are in New Orleans. That's one of the things about Mardi Gras that really makes it so spectacular. Let's listen to the band. So you are watching the crew of Mid-City in beautiful New Orleans. Happy Mardi Gras, y'all. Thank you for watching. Thank you, Entergy, for sponsoring today. Tell us where you're from. Go to the Entergy comment board and let us know where you're watching today. Earlier, we had viewers tuned in from Belgium, from Brazil, from all over the United States. We love that you're watching. We appreciate it. We wish you were here in New Orleans with us, though. There is nothing quite like Mardi Gras in New Orleans. We wish that you were here, but you can make that happen. We have Mardi Gras 2024 is happening on February 13th. We would love for you to plan a trip. The festivities kick off for carnival season here in New Orleans on January 6th. Everything kicks off that day, and we'll go through Mardi Gras Day 2024, which is February 13th. You can book your trip now. If you're unable to come for Mardi Gras, look at one of our spring festivals or look at the holiday season. New Orleans is a very family-friendly destination. We've been out here all day surrounded by families. There are parents and children and little ones and grandparents, really generations of families who come out to celebrate together. Mardi Gras parades like this one that you're watching, the crew of Mid-City. It's not uncommon every once in a while to have a little delay in a parade, so it looks like that might be what's happening now for what.
You know what, Kelly?
Yeah,
I think
they're
they're stopping at Gallier Hall, toasting the mayor.
That is right. They are
That's our
stopping
old,
to toast.
City Hall?
Yep.
Oh, that's our old City Hall? And they're at Gallier Hall doing a toast and celebrating with the dignitaries in New Orleans. Mid-City is a fabulous neighborhood parade that has now moved to the downtown route. And one of the things that people love about it is that it has tinfoil as covering colored tinfoil on their floats. And it's a neighborhood favorite. We just saw the maids, the captain, the queen, and some great bands. Oh my gosh.
So as soon as they finish that toast, they're going to keep on rolling here.
Yes, yes.
And there's much more action after this. So this is only parade number 2. There are a total of 4 today. We started with the crew of Okeanos, now Mid-City, then Toth, and then we're going to have Bacchus tonight. So plenty of action. You have got to pace yourself if you're coming out here.
That's true.
The sun is shining, so we're
very bright today. It's
asking
fun.
folks to stay hydrated, but enjoy yourself, and the folks out here are certainly doing that, you know.
And I want to talk about this crowd. It's a very great crowd. Everybody's family and friends, and there are people on balconies, there are people in stands. Right down at Gallier Hall, if you're a tourist coming to New Orleans and you want to know how would I get the same kind of view I have today on this parade route, the city of New Orleans has stands that they sell spaces for just right down 2 blocks from us. It's a great way to see the parades, and they have portalettes, and you've got comfort stations. It's a great way to see the city of New Orleans and parades and be comfortable.
So one of the experts at Mardi Gras is a gentleman named Arthur Hardy. He knows everything there is to know about Mardi Gras, and we actually have a video from him. So let's take a listen to Mr. Arthur Hardy.
There are about 60 parades in the metro area during Mardi Gras season, and there's some preseason parades. In New Orleans, there are 34 parades during that 12-day parade season, the official parade season. There's something for everybody. You just have to decide what is it that you're looking for. Parades like Rex, Babylon, and Hermes will always have classical themes, like the wonderful Proteus Parade, which is a classical parade. By design, it doesn't have many floats. It doesn't want many floats. It's a relic from the 1800s. Its purpose is just to show you what Mardi Gras used to be. We have at least 3 parades that are heavily satirical, a lot of political satire. The Knights of Chaos, Les Coups d'Etat, to a lesser extent, Muses, which is, we could spend 3 hours talking about them, a female crew that's out of sight. Talks sometimes deals with some satire. The parades that feature celebrities are Bacchus, who Bacchus himself, the guy Bacchus, is always a guest celebrity. One person, not a king, he's a god. Bacchus parade has several we call signature floats. There's something called a Bacchus Whopper. There's a King Kong float. The Endymion parade, they have guest entertainers who ride on the floats and entertain in their little post-parade party. I say little in quotes, it's at the Caesars Superdome. The Endymion parade is something called the Pontchartrain Beach Float, 9 floats connected, and it's a couple hundred feet long. You know, it's just amazing. And to see these things move down the street. And then the Orpheus parade, one started in 1994 by Harry Connick Jr. He sometimes rides. He'll have 10 or 15 different celebrities every year in his parade. So those are the big celebrity crews. There are others who will bring in celebrities on occasion, but if celebrities are your things, Bacchus, Endymion, and Orpheus are your parades. And these are all night parades, and they're considered super crews because of their size and quality.
This is what we work for. The moments you live for. The joy. The heart. The wonder. At Entergy, we're dedicated to powering each moment, today and for future generations. So we're leading the way with a cleaner, more reliable power grid to power every day. Because these moments matter. We power life. Entergy.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the NOLA.com. Cam brought to you by Entergy. It is a beautiful day in New Orleans for Mardi Gras. We just watched an amazing video from Arthur Hardy, who what a gem, what a treasure he is to New Orleans. He is a
You
true...
know Arthur's Hardy, he was a band director 40 years ago or so, and as a teacher he wasn't making a lot of money, so he and his wife said, what can we do that we can sell to the public? And so he started something called the Mardi Gras Guide, and it is an amazing magazine, and he writes for NOLA.com. He also talks and does videos. He is the source for everything New Orleans. So the theme of Crew of Mid-City this year is bounty, Louisiana bounty. So we're going to see satsumas, and we're going to talk about the seafood industry, and we're going to talk about this great state of Louisiana. And
float number 9 coming up.
Creole tomatoes
I'm sorry,
and blue
float
crabs.
number 8. we're getting ready to look at float number 8, which are the junior maids. The junior maids. And also the tidal float. The junior maids are having a good time. They're wearing their tiaras. They're decked out in beads. Again, they wait all year for this opportunity, and today is the day. They're waving to y'all. They love seeing the cameras up here. Thank you for watching wherever you're watching. We appreciate you. Louisiana's Bounty, the junior maids. Coming up next, young audiences at Lawrence D. Crocker Marching Bands. Their director is Mrs. Shakir Lockett. And let's take a listen. All right. Coming up next, float number 9, the Strawberry. We're celebrating the Louisiana Bounty today. Our state is famous for many things, including the strawberry. That actually looks delicious.
You know, I just was in the grocery store last week, and they come from Ponchatoula, which is a town about 60 miles from New Orleans, and they just have introduced the Louisiana Strawberry, another festival, by the way, that you can travel to here in New Orleans and Louisiana. But our Louisiana strawberries are a short season, but really delicious. Look how yummy that is, and it's covered with, again, the tinfoil that made this Mid-City crew so famous. This crew was started again in 1933, but started parading in 34. So look at their beautiful costumes, and this float is quite pretty. We're sponsored by Entergy today, and we're glad to have them as a partner.
So thank y'all for watching. We love that you're watching us. We have viewers we know from all over the world. We appreciate you tuning in today. I hope this makes you want to be in New Orleans. I know a lot of folks who used to live here. Maybe they're watching this today and they're a little homesick, or maybe you've never been to New Orleans and you're wanting to plan a trip. So we would certainly love for you to do that, and you can experience all of this yourself at Mardi Gras 2024, which falls on February 13th, but festivities actually begin in January. So it's really almost a month and a half of Mardi Gras season. You can see on the screen there are some folks who are brought their, it looks like fishing nets out here, and they're holding those up to the float so that the riders can put their throws directly into their fishing net. That's pretty creative.
Isn't that cute? That's one way to get all your loot. You know, it's a prize to gather doubloons, which are coins with the name of the crew in it, and the year, and it's also lots of different treats. They are even throwing Chewies and potato chips and T-shirts this year with Mid-City. Very sustainable. We can have a snack of potato chips in a few minutes if we're really good at catching this.
That's right. You know, there's so many different throws. I remember, Diane, you know, these floats really showcase how creative New Orleanians are, and we're so lucky to have Mardi Gras back, but there was one year during COVID that we weren't able to have the parades roll.
A very rare occasion. The only other times were in late '79, there had been a police strike, and before that I think it was World War II.
Yeah, so during COVID, unfortunately, we had to take a pause with our Mardi Gras parades. But one of the things that happened then is something called the crew of house floats.
Yeah, yes.
And so New Orleanians actually, since there were no parades, unfortunately, New Orleanians actually took it upon themselves to decorate their houses to look like Mardi Gras floats. I'm sure you had several of those in your neighborhood. They were quite beautiful.
And they were beautiful. People decorated themselves to look like a float like this, but they also paid artists that were out of work because Mardi Gras did not happen. And all of these beautiful floats are created by local artists that come up with the theme with the crew, and then they create the floats to match it. So the house floats, some of them were extraordinary with daylights and night lights, and people had giraffes. One person had a circus theme. You know, that was amazing. And a lot of people are still decorating their homes. At night, you can drive on St. Charles Avenue when there's not a parade, and you see amazing lights put up by local people. You know, all of Carnival is paid for by locals who ride in the parades, who create the throws and purchase those. It is the greatest free show on earth, and we hope you love this video today. Go to NOLA.com/chat and tell us where you're calling in from.
Yeah, so, you know, the crew of house floats, that was such a, you know, obviously the most important thing was to keep those float artists employed. That's what those house floats did, but it also was just a really beautiful thing, and it showed how even in a difficult time like COVID, New Orleanians are not going to let anything dampen their carnival spirit, and they were able to showcase their creativity and their innovation by decorating their houses. And even this year, it still goes on, even though Mardi Gras is back in full force.
LED lights, lots of flowers like a float, and beautiful neighborhoods all lit up. So here we are, the Strawberry Festival. No, not the Strawberry, Bounty, the Bounty of New Orleans.
Strawberries, you're looking at...
And Louisiana.
Float number 9. Now we have another amazing group of musicians. This is the Band of America's Few. Let's take a listen.
Wow, they're really good. Let's listen to them. Here on the NOLA.com stands with Kelly Schultz and
So next float, number 10, the Peach. Celebrating Louisiana's bounty. This is the Peach. And you can still hear the great Band of America's Few. We are rolling right along. The crew of Mid-City. These folks are having a great time. It's a warm day here in New Orleans, so they are, it's like they're staying hydrated. They're having a great time. This is what they've waited for all year. They purchased all of these throws on their own. They pay their dues to join this crew. Most people don't realize that this is a party really, you know, for locals, thrown by locals, but of course we want visitors from around the world to come and join in and experience it. So you're watching the NOLA.com Parade Cam today, brought to you by Entergy. Thank you so much for watching. Let us know where you are. Let us know what you're doing. Maybe you're cooking some gumbo at home, or maybe you got a New Orleans king cake shipped to you and you're enjoying that. We love that you're watching, but we would love even more is for you to come visit us in New Orleans. Mardi Gras next year is February 13th, 2024, but there is so much to see and do in the meantime with our spring festival season, our holidays New Orleans style. This summer is the opening of the the reopening of the Audubon Insectarium and Aquarium. So much to see and do, so much culture, so many museums. Really a little something for everyone for New Orleans. Today, it's a beautiful day. We're on St. Charles Avenue. The crowds are huge, Diane. I mean, really, this place is absolutely packed, and most of what is out here are families. There are grandparents, children. Before the parade started, people were throwing footballs in the street. So it really is a very family-friendly atmosphere out here.
We're looking at float number 10, another Louisiana bounty, the peach.
Yes, the peach.
Can't wait to have fresh peaches. Louisiana is a great agricultural city as well. And if you travel to Lake Charles or to Lafayette, who are sponsors today, you will not only see their Mardi Gras if you're here in Mardi Gras season, but you'll see lots of agricultural spaces. And they are pounding up
Someone
with
just
beads.
threw us some potato chips. There's lots of variety. It's much more than beads out here. They throw snacks, they throw trinkets. There's a little bit of something for everybody. So coming up next is the University of Florida Gator Guard. We love to have our visitors here. They're visiting from Florida.
Oh, Kelly, I don't know about you, but somebody's barbecuing, and it
Somebody's
smells
cooking
so
something
good.
I know, we've been smelling barbecue, boiled crawfish. This is really like an atmosphere of tailgating before the parade gets here. Folks are out here cooking.
New Orleans loves to eat, and many people say that.
Let's take a look at the University of Florida.
That's awesome.
Thank you, University of Florida Gator Guard. We are honored to have you here. Thank you for being part of Mardi Gras. Coming up next, another Louisiana bounty, the redfish. Float number 11 celebrates the redfish. And look at that. Each float is really magnificent what goes into these floats and the design. Of course, Mid-City is known for their foil covering the floats. Everyone has their own tradition, their own history, their own unique thing that they do. Theirs happens to be tinfoil on the float, but it's quite beautiful, celebrating the redfish. And there are so many great places in Louisiana to enjoy redfish. So the redfish is rolling right along. They are really pounding us with beads up here. They see the camera and they are just pounding us with beads. Coming up next, another amazing band, the Martin Berman Charter School Marching Band. Their director is Mr. Lyndon Red. So let's watch another talented group of young people.
I can see coming up number 12. It's the Louisiana state bird, the pelican, a bountiful ending for this parade. It's going to be over after 4 more. But this is this is an annual float that Mid-City always has, the pelican.
Yeah, we've celebrated today all of the Louisiana bounties. We've seen redfish, strawberries, peaches, now the pelican. Coming up in a little while, you're going to see the blue crab, the crane. So many treasures here in Louisiana. We want you to come visit New Orleans, of course, and then If you can, get a chance to explore other treasures of Louisiana like Lafayette, which is a sponsor today. We heard from Lake Charles earlier, which is also a sponsor. So there's so much to explore and experience throughout Louisiana, including Mardi Gras right here in New Orleans. So there's the Pelican. Look at that, how beautiful, Diane. Float number 12, Pelican.
What a beautiful float. Again, covered with the tinfoil. Makes this parade unique from everyone else.
Especially on a bright day like today.
Yeah.
There's not a cloud in the sky, the sun is out, and that beautiful color, that foil really does pop in the sun.
This is one of those double-decker floats that can carry about 45 or 50 people.
All right, so we are almost coming up to the end of the crew of Mid-City, but don't worry, the crew of Toth.
We're being hung with beads
right
again. This
behind
float
them.
has stopped right in front of us. Watch your head.
And we're getting pounded, but the crew of Toth is coming up next. After that, we've got another parade, the crew of Bacchus. There have been a total of 4 today. Just an absolute full day of Mardi Gras festivities. We have so many beads up here. It is really amazing. These riders have been very generous with their throws today.
And you know, Kelly, they will be recycling these beads. Recycle Dat is a new organization formed in 2019, and they have a plan to recycle the glass, the metal in the cans, as well as all the beads. And people are donating them back.
Yeah, you know, we always try and make Mardi Gras more sustainable. We're trying to do that with the Recycle Dat initiative. They have collected thousands of pounds of beads and glass and aluminum cans. All right, float number 13, the Blue Crab.
Oh, yeah.
Another
The blue
treasure
crab.
of Louisiana. That looks delicious. Another double-decker float. Again, the colors just pop in the sun. It's absolutely beautiful. And the final float.
These floats are moving quickly.
The final float of the crew of Mid-City is the Crane.
The Crane. Again, this is an annual float that they have every year in Mid-City, and they are moving along. Lots of throws coming our way. This is the end of the Mid-City Parade 2022. We have a few recycle vans, the police, and a few other vehicles coming through. But we are proud to be back and talking Mardi Gras. I'm Diane Lyons with Kelly Schultz. You'll see us in just a minute. There we are. So we are talking Mardi Gras today, and we've had a blast on the NOLA.com reviewing stands on St. Charles Avenue.
So I had to get rid of my feather boa that I was wearing earlier, and I think you had to get rid of one of your layers too, because it's really warmed up out here. You know, New Orleans in February, you never know if it's going to be 30 degrees or if it's going to be 80. And today it's a perfect day in the 70s. The sun is out. There's not a cloud in the sky. And you are experiencing Mardi Gras right here on the NOLA.com cam. Compliments of Entergy, our sponsor today. So, you know, we like to say in New Orleans that we are built to host. We're built to host things like Mardi Gras, but also those special events, the conventions, the meetings, conferences,
We have
all
great
of the
hotels.
big events like Super Bowls
Yes.
and Final Fours. You know, it's no question that New Orleans is built to host. We have our top-notch hotels, award-winning restaurants, so many fun activities. Of course, you know, this is all made possible by what I think is the best part of New Orleans, and that's the people. So let's take a look at a video about why New Orleans is built to host.
Our people are the reason New Orleans is built to host. Our people create our culture, the music, the food, and so over the past several years, New Orleanians, local businesses, and global hospitality have been hard at work enhancing the visitor experience here in New Orleans. We just welcomed a brand new Four Seasons and Virgin Hotel to the community, and great off-site venues like View Orleans and Jam NOLA and Sazerac House. Not only do we have new hotel developments opening in the city, but really incredible renovations and expansions at existing businesses, including Caesars, which is adding a new hotel tower, the Audubon Institute renovating its space along the river, the addition at the World War II Museum, and many, many others. And so what this ensures is every time a visitor comes back to our city, they have a new experience in one of the most iconic and authentic destinations in the country. One of the things that makes New Orleans so unique is how compact our downtown area is. The French Quarter, the Warehouse District, the Superdome, Smoothie King Center, the Convention Center, everything's in a 2-mile radius. And so when you're here for a meeting or an event, you really get the sense that you're a part of our community.
We've embarked on a transformative $557 million capital improvement plan, which includes interior modernizations and a complete makeover of our exterior experience. We have a new 7.5-acre pedestrian park that spans the length of the building. We have also completed extensive energy-efficient upgrades. The improvements we have made helped us achieve our first LEED certification. With our steadfast commitment to innovative delivery of exceptional event experiences and a world-class destination, we're proving every day that our convention center is built to host. Follow the New Orleans Ernest N. Morial Convention Center on social media or visit our website at mccno.com.
Bike Classic is a rivalry between two major HBCU schools in the state of Louisiana, Grambling State University and Southern University. Huge football game, but also so many activities with the Bayou Classic. It's a way of bringing the community together and all the families supporting these schools. We kick off with a huge Battle of the Bands on Friday, and then we go into our game day festivities. We go from our parade into Fan Fest, then we go into the big game at 1 o'clock. There's so many fun activities that are going on during the Bayou Classic weekend, and it's all weekend long. But don't just take it from me. Let's hear from some others and all the fun that they're having at Bayou Classic.
My favorite activity during Bayou Classic is the game, of course.
The Battle of the Bands. Come out and watch the bands, go to the Battle of the Bands, go to the football game.
The bands. It's all about the bands. Well, actually going to the game, my dad played on the football team for his entire collegiate career.
Battle of the Bands. Battle of the Bands.
Well, Grambling, obviously.
Southern, all the time. Southern, let's go, Jax.
GSU, I thought you knew. GSU, I thought you knew.
We are rooting for the Southern University Jaguars.
Nobody. I'm rooting for the bands. They're awesome.
It's a great time to come and visit New Orleans and enjoy this football game. We have all types of activities throughout the entire Thanksgiving weekend.
This is what we work for. The moments you live for. The joy. The heart. The wonder. At Entergy, we're dedicated to powering each moment. Today and for future generations. So we're leading the way with a cleaner, more reliable power grid to power every day. Because these moments matter. We power life. Entergy.
The National World War II Museum is the #1 attraction in New Orleans and tells the story of the American experience in the war that changed the world. Why it was fought, how it was won, and what it means today. Now, through its newest attraction, the museum is bringing to life the stories of the World War II generation like never before. Expressions of America is a new outdoor sound and light show that combines special effects with music, art, and personal reflections from the 1940s. The nighttime experience includes delicious food and drink options, a custom exhibit, and a live theatrical performance before the sound and light show begins. Stunning visuals 90 feet tall transport audiences back in time and offer an intimate glimpse into what life was like for the men and women who served our country in every way imaginable. Expressions of America is an unforgettable evening for all ages. Experience this immersive show on its own with a 3-course dinner at the American Sector or along with a daytime visit to the museum. Visit expressionsofamerica.org to learn more and purchase tickets.
Down here, we love any excuse to celebrate, especially if it involves a costume. Visit in October and I'm sure you'll have a memorable experience. Stop by the Crew of Boo Parade downtown and enjoy the beautiful floats and vivacious marching groups. In the historic Garden District, catch a glimpse of vampires gathering under the oaks in honor of the late Anne Rice. Celebrations continue in the French Quarter inside the legendary dining institutions. Don't show up without a costume. The locals aren't the only ones that get in the spirit. Meander through the neighborhoods and you'll soon find out that people bring Halloween home with them. Literally. And on the Day of the Dead, the Marigny comes alive with colorful skeletons and spirits as they march to the St. Roch Cemetery. Come find out why New Orleans is one of the spookiest places to spend Halloween.
Let's get away to exploring new lands, ancient lands, or somewhere over the rainbow. Ready to break free? Book your cruise today and discover the world with Norwegian.
To the NOLA.com parade cam brought to you by Entergy. Thank you, Entergy, for sponsoring us today. I'm Kelly Schultz with New Orleans & Company. It is an absolutely beautiful day out here in New Orleans. There's not a cloud in the sky. The sun is shining. It's an absolutely perfect day for a Mardi Gras parade. We've seen 2 parades roll through here this morning, and now we're getting ready for our third, the Crew of Toth. And that is not all. After Toth, you will have the Crew of Bacchus tonight. So we are in the home stretch of Mardi Gras. Everything wraps up on Tuesday, Fat Tuesday, but we are having so much fun out here. It is absolutely packed. There have been people out here all day, mostly families. What we're looking at around here are families, there are grandparents, there are children, and what you're seeing now is the very beginning of the Crew of Toth, and that is the U.S. Marine Corps Color Guard. Thank you for your service, Marine Corps. They are going to be followed by the Marine Band. We are so grateful for our military. So let's take a listen to this very talented Marine Band. Thank you to the Marine Band and the U.S. Marine Corps. Thank you for your service. Thank you for being part of Mardi Gras in New Orleans. You're watching the Crew of Toth. Diane, you've got some fun facts about the Crew of Toth.
You know, this is their 75th anniversary. So they started and they were on a neighborhood parade route where they went by 14 hospitals and they saw people who couldn't attend a parade. And that tradition is carried on for a long time. Actually, the entire time they've been around, they have over 2,000 members. And today there are 10 dukes also riding on horses. Their theme this year is 16 tidal floats. It's a gift for you. And Kelly, you're going to love the gifts they have in their floats. Everything from visiting New Orleans to coming for Mardi Gras. It's a great theme.
Yes, crew of Toth is rolling right along.
2,000 members. That's a huge parade. The other parade we just saw was only 250 people. So this is big, and it's their 75th year. And one of the things that I really like about Toth is they also do a walk 2 weeks before the parade. About 100 members dress up in costume, put all their throws together, and they go visit 6 different institutions in their Uptown neighborhood where it started. So this parade started 75 years ago in a neighborhood near 14 institutions. So everything from Children's Hospital to the John Hankel Center. And they also have several fundraisers during the year.
Wonderful. I love giving back to good causes. What you're looking at now is the Chapter K motorcade. Those folks are all decked out. They're having fun. They're engaging with the crowd. This lady here just stepped off of her motorcycle for a second to engage with some members of the crowd. So they're having a great time. But you're watching the NOLA.com parade cam brought to you by Entergy. Thank you so much for joining us. I think there are over 2,000 people that are watching, and we're getting notes from all over the world. So I know my friend Shar in Jacksonville, Florida is watching us. We've had people from Utah, from New York, from Florida, from Brazil, Belgium, really all over the world have been tuned in today. So thank you so much for watching. I hope this makes you want to come to New Orleans. If it does, you can go to NOLA.com and plan your trip. Always a great reason to visit New Orleans, but if you're interested in Mardi Gras, the festivities kick off on January 6, 2024, and they go all the way until Mardi Gras Day next year, which is February 13th. It's a little bit earlier than it falls this year, but again, the weather in February, it could be 30 degrees or it could be 80 degrees. And today it's about 70.
It's about 70 with a nice breeze. The skies are gorgeous and blue, and that's expected through Mardi Gras. We will also have that on Lundi Gras, which is tomorrow, and Fat Tuesday, which wraps up Mardi Gras. We're so delighted to be here on the NOLA.com viewing stands and talk about parades. This is our third parade today.
Our third today, and it is not even done. There's still one more to go after this. We're watching more of the Chapter K motorcade. These folks are having a great time. You can watch you're watching the crew of Toth right now, but after this, we're going to have live coverage of the crew of Bacchus, which is one of the super crews that always traditionally parades on the Sunday night prior to Fat Tuesday. That coverage will start here at 5:15 Central Time. You want to tune in, do not miss the crew of Bacchus. Their floats are absolutely spectacular. An all-men's crew. They have a celebrity monarch every year. Really a fantastic event.
Toth has many traditional parade floats that are in this group, and we'll be talking about those very shortly.
So, Diane, a lot of people often ask, what makes New Orleans Mardi Gras different? And it really is, it comes down to the throws, right?
It does. It comes down to the decor, the size of the float, the size of the crews. Many crews allow people from across the country, like Bacchus has a lot of people that travel in for the Bacchus weekend and the Bacchus bash. And that is truly one of the biggest parades. And the Bacchus coverage starts tonight at 5:15. So be sure and tune in. It is one of our largest parades. And Oh, by the way, I can see the Fair Grotto clowns. I keep saying Kelly and I are going to be on that clown truck by the end of the day because we feel like clowns. So
yeah, this parade is rolling on by. People are having a great time out here today. The streets have been packed all day, and this is a very family-friendly crowd. So we're surrounded by kids and parents and grandparents, and in between the parade, the kids are out throwing footballs, and everyone's having a great time. So Toth is rolling right along. We're getting ready to see the clown unit, the Farad Grotto clowns. You're watching the crew of Toth on the NOLA.com parade cam, brought to you by Entergy.
So Toth has many floats that they repeat every year. They're called signature floats. And one of them is called Toth Salute St. Francis and the Poor Clares, the Pharaoh's Master, Builders, and New Orleans Icons, High Priest of Toth. We're going to see a lot of those today. And our king, who will be coming up shortly, is Mr. Pendleton Larson. So this is the captain again, riding on a white horse with a gold outfit and the plume. So the captain is the highest ranking officer in a Mardi Gras crew, and crew is spelled K-R-E-W-E. So he is in charge of the entire parade, and with him are his officers. They're lieutenants and dukes, and they're beautifully dressed. And I was talking to Kelly earlier, you know, it's very hard to train horses, I would think, to ride in a parade. So these horses are trained from the time they're young to carry the riders and not be upset by screaming crowds, loud music, and
look at that beautiful white horse. They're absolutely beautiful.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
So you're watching the captain and the officers of Toth on horseback. Coming up next, we're going to have another marching band. Never a dull moment here in New Orleans at Mardi Gras. Coming up next is the Langston Marching Pride University Marching Band.
This is a beautiful band. They're very organized. I can see them coming down the streets all in perfect formation. And that's Langston University Marching Band.
Oh, sorry. It's actually, we're actually looking at Chalmette High School. So we got ahead of ourselves with Chalmette High School. That's actually the town I grew up in, not too far from New Orleans. Chalmette High School Fighting Owls Marching Band. Another very talented group of young people, dancers and musicians and scholars. We love having them here in the crew of Toth.
This is Chalmette High School Fighting Owls Marching Band.
Let's listen to this wonderful band. Chalmette High School Band. Amazing. Coming up next is the King. This looks like King Toth.
And that is Mr. Pendleton Larson. As I said earlier, this is the crew of Toth's 75th ride and floats. This parade group was actually formed to pass in an uptown neighborhood where there were 14 hospitals and institutions, and the residents couldn't get out to see the parade, so the Toth members went by and made sure that these people had throws and got to see a beautiful parade, even though they were unable to attend a regular parade. So they also do this Toth walk, but let me break away to see the king, Mr. Larson. Beautiful float. I love those lions on the front. It's an Egyptian theme. Toth is an Egyptian god.
After the king, we've got Langston University. We got ahead of ourselves earlier.
Bombarded with the balloons.
But now we see the Langston University marching pride. Let's take a listen.
They're from Langston, Illinois. Wow, what an impressive group. So there are many bands that come to play in Mardi Gras, New Orleans. Let's listen.
right, you are watching the NOLA.com Parade Cam, sponsored by Entergy. The crowd is loving all the floats and marching bands. Coming up next is float number 2, the Grand Marshal and the officers. David Cook and the Yat Pack are the musicians on this float. Let's take a listen.
This is the Yat Pack, and he is one of the
All right, here's Texas Southern University. Another very talented group of young people who came to visit us and march in the parade. The Texas Southern University Ocean of Soul Marching Band. the Texas University Ocean of Soul Marching Band. Coming up next, float number 3, the Queen Toth, the 75th Queen. There goes the beautiful Queen. Coming up next is float number 4, the Royal Court. So the last parade we saw had a very unique look. This one is a little bit different, but each parade has its own theme, its own style, its own traditions. Crew of Toth is a very large crew. We're only on float number 4. There's many, many, many more ahead. Look at these beautiful costumes. They're waving to y'all. You can see some of the bead trees there in the background. All those beads get thrown and are actually quite beautiful in New Orleans throughout the springtime. Coming up next, after this float goes by, you're gonna have the Mount Carmel Academy Carmelettes. It is a high school right here in New Orleans. Again, very talented young people and dancers from Mount Carmel Academy. These young people train all year long to do this. They march for a really long way. You can see the ladies in the front are seniors who are preparing to graduate in a couple of months, so this will be their final time marching as a Carmelette in any Mardi Gras parade, most likely. They're having fun. Coming up next, we have another float. The crew of Toth is riding right along. This next float is number 5, I think. His Majesty's Entourage. Float number 5, His Majesty's Entourage. We saw the the captain earlier and the king, Toth. We saw the queen, and now we're going to see His Majesty's entourage. Beautiful crown on the front of this float. A lot of people in New Orleans make their living year-round by designing Mardi Gras floats. As you can tell, they are very talented artists. These costumes are beautiful. This is His Majesty's entourage.
Float number 5. And there are 42 floats, Kelly, so we'll be talking for a while longer, but it's been so much fun promoting our city, looking at the beautiful weather. All right, we just got slammed with a ball.
They see those cameras and they're waving and throwing beads up here.
Holy Cross Tiger Band. This is a fabulous school in New Orleans. We have so many great high schools. Let's listen to their band.
So one of the things we were talking about earlier, Diane, is about recycling and how we're trying to make this Mardi Gras more sustainable. And I want to share some numbers from last Mardi Gras, or last weekend alone. They collected 700 pounds of glass, 505 pounds of aluminum, which relates to about 17,000 cans, and then 2,200 pounds of beads and throws. That is pretty amazing.
That is crazy. Let's talk about that after the next float. I want to talk about something I experienced with it. It's fantastic.
Here is float 6, Valley of the Kings.
And this is one of their signature floats every year. Many floats, what makes the parade different are their floats and their throws, and of course the people in them.
This is another double-decker float.
Tandem float. And double-decker. But these two floats are also connected together.
Yes.
16 tandem floats.
hope if y'all are watching this at home, this makes you want to come to Mardi Gras next year. You can plan a trip here for Mardi Gras 2024, which is February 13th, but everything kicks off right on January 6th. So we go right from the holiday season and New Year's Eve right into Mardi Gras here in New Orleans. So there are lots of great reasons to visit. We wish you were here. We know y'all are watching. We love having you watch the NOLA.com cam, sponsored by Entergy today. It's been a great day. The streets are still packed. The crowd has not diminished one bit for the third parade of the day, and there's still one more to follow after this evening. You're watching the crew of Toth, and coming up next is the crew of Bacchus. So the parades traditionally stop at Gallier Hall to toast the mayor and the city leadership. So that's probably happening now, which explains why the float is paused. But we want to talk about Miller Lights, the best of New Orleans. So look at this t-shirt Diane is holding up. So while you're out on the town, you may spot these t-shirts and you may see Boudreaux Delight in the wild. So we want you to take a photo, upload it to the bestofneworleans.com/Miller Lights, and you will be entered to win a Miller Lite cornhole set. You must be 21 to win, but this is a pretty fabulous t-shirt. So take a photo, upload it, neworleans.com/Miller Lite. You'll be entered to win.
So we're having a great time out here. Bestofneworleans.com Miller Lite. That's how you can register for this. Huge float.
All right, we are rolling right along.
I just caught some glass beads, quite beautiful.
All right. Here is the De La Salle High School Cavalier Band from right here in New Orleans. Another very talented group of young people. Hopefully they're going to perform for us here. Here they go.
You can hear the crowds all yelling, "Throw me something, mister!" The float is stationary right now in front of us, and the band is fabulous, so take a look at them. The De La Salle High School Cavalier Band, another wonderful high school located in New Orleans.
right, so you just saw De La Salle Marching Band coming up next, or the cheerleaders. And there's the De La Salle mascot right there. He's throwing beads to the crowd.
That's a De La Salle Cavalier right there with the feather in his head. They're kind of stationary here.
So you can see that the crowds really have not died down all day. We've been out here since about noon. People were lining the routes in. They're still here. I think these folks are ready for more. They're going to stick around for Bacchus, but there's still many, many floats to go in the crew of Toth.
You know, Kelly, I think the crowds have gotten thicker in the last hour and a half.
You're right.
I think a lot of people are coming to get involved with Bacchus tonight, which is a huge parade of multi-level floats. And they'll be out here till 11 o'clock, and the weather is fantastic.
It's actually cooled off a little bit. Maybe the sun went behind some clouds, but it's still an absolutely gorgeous day for a parade. No rain. A beautiful day for a parade. Here we see the rest of the group from De La Salle, their dance team. Let's take a look. I love that some of these young ladies are wearing their signs that say senior. They're going to be graduating in just a couple months and hopefully moving on to very bright futures. This will be their last Mardi Gras, dancing with De La Salle High School. Float number 7 is coming up next. This is the Great Pyramids and Pharaoh's Master Builders.
Another beautiful float. The Toth Parade is Egyptian themed, and this is one of their repeat floats, our signature floats. Really beautiful. Another tandem float, that means 2 floats connected, and riders up and down.
Yeah, so they probably fit, what, Diane, like 50 or 60 people on this one float, don't you think?
At least, maybe bigger than that. Toth has 16 tandem floats because they have a crew of 2,000 members.
So you're watching Crew of Toth. Again, these floats are absolutely packed with people. They have been purchasing their throws all year long. They've been waiting for this. Look at this guy in the front. He's dancing. He's having so much fun. He's got a big giant pair of beads on. This is a tandem float, so there's 2 in a row.
You can see the crowds of children and families. I want everybody to know that that's who attends these parades.
That's right.
It's a big family event.
Very family friendly out here in downtown New Orleans. I grew up doing this, and it's great to see
what
people
a float. That's beautiful.
People are continuing the tradition of bringing their kids out here. You can see they're throwing beads, they've got cups, they've got all kinds of trinkets here. We just got pelted in the head. That's okay.
And there's always someone with a pair of underwear. I'd say that's extra, extra large.
That's lovely. This is Mardi Gras, folks. All different types of throws out here. All right. We keep getting pounded with bees. They see this camera and they are throwing. Float number 8.
The palace of the.
This looks like another
Amenhotep
Egyptian theme here.
This is a beautiful float. Again, the theme every year for Toth is an Egyptian theme. Look at these beautiful floats and costumes and so many beads.
These riders are very generous with their throws. Oh my goodness.
Look at the throws, my goodness. This group of 2,000 men that ride are very generous parade throwers. They've been on their floats probably since noon today, getting ready for this throw.
These guys are having fun, y'all.
It's very funny to watch these people on the parade grounds. They're connecting with people. It's always about the eyesight, and then you connect with the person and they throw you the beads or the footballs or whatever.
All right. I just got a pair of Mardi Gras socks, y'all. That's fun.
Wow, look at those huge beads.
I got a pair of socks. We've had frisbees.
They're having oh, you got socks.
A pair
That's
of socks?
a very sustainable throw.
Mardi Gras socks. Very sustainable throw. We love that.
The High Priest of Toth. This is our next parade. Again, this is one of their, this is float number 10?
Float number 9?
9.
This is coming up. Float number 9. I'll tell you, these folks are very generous with their throws. They're having a great time. Crew of Toth is one of the largest crews. We're only on float number 9. There's many, many more to go. They've actually got 41 floats today. So much more to come.
Well, Kelly, it couldn't be a more perfect night. Or afternoon. It's not night yet, but it's going to be spectacular
Really
tonight. Beautiful parade.
You know, I hope the viewers can see these men and women who drive the tractors. They are such an important part of Mardi Gras. They ensure everyone's safety. They really need specialty training to be able to do this. And so we appreciate our tractor drivers. We appreciate our law enforcement, New Orleans police, the sheriff's deputies, all of the law enforcement who have come into the city to help make Mardi Gras safe and enjoyable for everyone. There are so many organizations and so many people that make Mardi Gras come to life. Everyone from the folks who drive the tractors, the artists who design the floats, people who sew the costumes and sell the throws, and folks who market New Orleans and promote and invite visitors to come and experience this. It's really a huge, huge boost.
Look at these
our economy.
costumes. They're all beautiful satin costumes with the headgear, very traditional look 2,000 riders, and this is a 75-year anniversary for the crew
There's
of
a nice
Toth.
T-shirt.
Our next float is number 9. It's the High Priest of Toth.
These guys are having fun. High Priest of Toth, float number 9.
This is another signature float that they repeat every year. These gentlemen are so... Hey there.
These guys are throwing entire packs of beads. Sometimes they throw an individual strand of beads. These guys are throwing packs, a whole dozen, or flying at us.
It's very dangerous, but not really when you know it. Oh, this is our favorite group of dancers.
The 610 Stompers. Oh my goodness, this is quite something to see if you are not familiar with the men's marching group from New Orleans. The 610 Stompers. Ordinary men, extraordinary moves, y'all. If you stepped away from your computer, you got to look back and see this. This is unbelievable. And they have a very, very special group of dancers with them. The Dancing Grannies are marching along with the 610 Stompers this year.
So the 610
You may
Stompers
remember
are
the
passing
Dancing
us
Grannies
now.
from Wisconsin. They had a
Ordinary
terrible
men,
tragedy at their
extraordinary
holiday
moves.
parade a few years ago. And several of their members were killed in an attack. So we are happy to have the Dancing Grannies who are here marching as guests of the 610 Stompers. So we'll hopefully see them here shortly.
A crowd favorite. They've been in the Macy's Day Parade, I think 3 or 4 times. Amazing.
Let's hear for the 610 Stompers!
All right, y'all, this is what I've been looking forward to all day, the Milwaukee Dancing Grannies. Oh my God, I have goosebumps watching these ladies. They are very, very, very special guests. They came to us as invited guests. Several of their members died in an attack a few years ago. And their theme is Granny Strong. Hey, Grannies! Yay, ladies! How beautiful are they? They have never seen anything like this in New Orleans. The Dancing Grannies.
We are so glad to have them here.
We love them and are so happy to welcome them to our city.
They
They are guests of the 610 Stompers, but our team at New Orleans & Company has been very honored to help host these ladies and do what we do best, which is take care of our visitors, showcase our culture. I promise you, they have never seen anything like Mardi Gras in New Orleans. Marching in a holiday parade anywhere else in America and Mardi Gras in New Orleans are completely different things. So we are so honored to have the Grannies here with us. Granny Strong.
And they've had a great reception from the moment they landed at the airport. New Orleanians have been following the Grannies and supporting them, and we're thrilled that they made the trip.
Yeah, Diane and I have our Granny Strong
We do.
bracelets on, and we're so happy to have just seen them march by. What a treat. I actually have goosebumps. It's so special that they're here. All right, we got another float coming up here. Float number 10. They've got quite a sound system on that float. Float number 10, Toth salutes.
This is a signature float.
St. Francis. St. Francis. Beautiful.
And the poor clad nuns. This is a neighborhood float from the Toth parade when it only went in the Uptown neighborhood near the institutions where people were unable to visit the parades. So this is an annual float. Toth salutes St. Francis and poor clad. Those are great.
All right, we have the renowned sound of Cane Ridge High School from Antioch, Tennessee. Welcome to New Orleans, the Rhythmic Ravens. We love having these bands come visit. Hope they're having a great time in New Orleans.
This is the Rhythmic Ravens Marching Band, and they are from Antioch, Texas. So again, another marching band that has traveled to New Orleans to celebrate our parades and be part of Carnival. I just love these groups. Many times they march in not one parade, but two, and they raise a lot of money to get to come to Mardi Gras so they can pay their own expenses, because the crews do pay them, but they want to have other fun too. So it's a great experience for these young people to get to come to New Orleans and participate. A lot of balls. Antioch, Tennessee. I'm sorry I said Texas, but it's Antioch, Tennessee. Great band.
All right, coming up next is float number 11, Pharaoh's Master Builder. You can tell how much fun these guys are having. Yes. Pharaoh's Master Builders, float number 11. This is another double-decker float. We're probably going to get pounded again, Diane, with beads, and we've been hitting the head a couple of times. Normally when you watch a Mardi Gras parade, you're focused and you've got your hands up, but we have microphones and we're turned the other way, so that's why we're getting hit in the head, but that doesn't happen to everybody.
So these floats with Toth are beautiful. They have like gold foil and silver foil on their paper mache. Very unique floats, very beautiful. And these guys have probably been on these floats since noon and probably started getting ready about 9 a.m. today. Crowds are very thick, and it's a beautiful experience in New Orleans. Lots of footballs coming our way, Kelly.
I know. So we're at float number 11. Lots more to go. The crew of Toth actually has 41 floats this year. So we've seen the crew of Okeanos. We've seen the crew of Mid-City. Now we're watching Toth. This is not the end of the parades today in New Orleans. We're going to go right into the crew of Bacchus, which rolls tonight. That is a quite beautiful super crew, double-decker floats. It rolls at night, so it's all lit up and quite something to see.
Okay, following this beautiful float, oh wow, is the Citadel. It's the Citadel Summer Guards.
All right.
Beautiful formation.
Look at them. Let's watch.
I saw them 2 nights ago in a parade, so they must be here all the way through Rex.
Well, that was quite spectacular to watch. Another crowd favorite. All right. Coming up next, New Orleans Icons. Floats 12 A and B. New Orleans Icons. All right. This looks like another double-decker float, another tandem float. New Orleans Icons. Diane, you should be on that float. You're a New Orleans icon.
Yes, yeah. New Orleans Icons. Oh, Kelly, look at that. Andrew Jackson's on the front. This is another double-decker tandem. Wow.
We're getting pounded again. These are very generous throwers.
We're getting slammed with beads here, and they're having a blast on those floats. Wow. How fun. Woo! Thank you. Beautiful beads.
All right,
beautiful
Archbishop Shaw, Eagle Band. Pride of the West Bank, another local band. Let's listen. Archbishop Shaw. Coming up, we have another float. Float 13, Toth Diamond Jubilee. They are celebrating 75 years, and this float celebrates the Diamond Jubilee. Right behind the the Diamond Jubilee is another marching band, but we're still hearing from Archbishop Shaw. Marching band, they sound amazing. So y'all are watching the NOLA.com parade cam, brought to you today by Entergy. It is a beautiful day in New Orleans. Thank y'all for watching. We love that you're watching. We hope that this has inspired you to maybe plan a trip to New Orleans to come and experience Mardi Gras for yourself. Mardi Gras next year falls on February 13th, 2024. But the activities kick off right just a few days after New Year's. We go right from New Year's Eve and the Sugar Bowl into another carnival season. So if you've never experienced a Mardi Gras, it's something that I think everyone should do at some point in their life. Don't you agree, Diane?
Yes, I met a man yesterday who brought his 13-year-old son from Dallas to experience Mardi Gras, and they were having an incredible experience. They were on a stand to watch one of the parades yesterday. They were walking around the city, just doing a city tour. Look at those kids, family friendly. That's what Mardi Gras is.
They're having so much fun. Look at this little girl dancing. She's probably been out here all day. She doesn't look like she's ready to go home anytime soon.
No.
So this is what New Orleans is all about. People that are
She's
out
waving
here.
at us now. Look how cute that is.
They're having fun. They're enjoying themselves. You know,
There's
many
no other city in the country of America that can do parades and logistics like we do. This is an incredible experience. We have all the parades lining up today. We've had 4. This is number 3, and we'll have Bacchus starting at 5:15 today. And then tomorrow evening, parades again. And then there's Fat Tuesday, which has nonstop parades from 7:30 in the morning on. Look at those fish ones. That's adorable. That's on a bead tree. Callie and I keep talking about beads that are covered, that have covered the trees.
And there's some of those bead trees we talked about. Here's some more families who are waving at us. They're saying Happy Mardi Gras. They are having a great time. So, hi there. Hey y'all, Happy Mardi Gras. So they must be doing their toast. The parade just started rolling again. It's a tradition for every crew to stop at Gallier Hall and toast our mayor. You can see some of these folks look like they've been toasting out here for a while with their own little celebration.
Yes, they're toasting and catching beads. And look at that lady with, might has a collar of beads. She's got so many today.
Yeah, you know, we love our beads, but we also want Mardi Gras to be sustainable. So there are stations throughout the parade route where people can recycle their beads, their aluminum cans, their glass, and their bottles. And just the first weekend of Mardi Gras alone, we collected so many things to be able to recycle. We call it the Recycle Dat initiative. If you've ever heard of Who Dat in New Orleans, the Saints chant, we're calling this Recycle Dat, and we are very proud to be, New Orleans and Company is very proud to be a sponsor.
Along the parade route, they give you bags, and you put your beads in them, and you put your cans in them, and then they're recycled.
Yeah, we try and make it easy for people to make Mardi Gras a little bit.
Jubilee.
We try and make Mardi Gras be a little bit more sustainable. So we have had some success this year, and we're certainly going to continue this for Mardi Gras 2024. So there's the Diamond Jubilee. We still have a long way to go. We're glad you're watching. Thank you for watching. NOLA.com, sponsored by Entergy. I'm Kelly Schultz with New Orleans and Company. I'm here with Diane Lyons, my co-host. Diane, you're a business owner in New Orleans, an event planner. You've certainly seen a lot of things, and you actually make your living by promoting New Orleans culture.
I do. I make my living by creating events that mimic many of the things we're seeing out here on the parade route. Marching bands, floats, beautiful meetings and events in the hotel.
And here comes another marching band, the St. James High Marching Band, the Wildcats. Let's take a listen.
The mighty Wildcats.
All right, we are rolling right along with the crew of Toth. They've got 42 floats today. We're only on float 14, so there's a lot more to come. Again, it's a beautiful day in New Orleans. You know, the sun has gone behind the clouds a little bit. Earlier it's very sunny, but it's very mild temperatures. We have, one layer on, no coats. Yesterday everyone was wearing their coats, but that is not necessary anymore.
Not a cloud in the sky.
Not a cloud in the sky. There's a nice breeze going. So it's the perfect day for a Mardi Gras parade. We're going to go today, tomorrow, and Tuesday. Everything comes to an end on Fat Tuesday, which is February 21st. And then everything will wrap up. Here's float 14. Toth
travels beyond the equator.
All right. Look at that. These floats are really amazing. If you think about all of this is handmade. They're very talented artists who bring these floats to life with Kern Studios and others. It's really remarkable. And the year that there were no Mardi Gras parades because of COVID, people actually decorated their houses as house floats. And so that was something that, thank goodness, kept those artists employed. And it's also a tradition that kind of continues to this day. Even though the parades are rolling, as you can see, some New Orleanians continue to decorate their houses. It's really a beautiful thing if you drive around the city. See people's houses decorated as floats. With float number 14 in the crew of Toth.
Look at this beautiful parade filled with happy riders. And this is float number 14 of all the floats. Toth travels below the equator. So the theme of this year's Toth is 75 years of winning joy.
Are very generous with their throws also.
Great riders, very
we
generous.
Keep getting pelted in the head. All right, another band, Cabrini High School from right here in New Orleans. Let's take a look at
high school.
Let's take a look at these beautiful dancers. Talking about how much they rehearsed to be here. And this is a long route. And they've been dancing since early this morning. All happy girls, though. Beautiful young women from Cabrini. So, Diane, there are people that are commenting. People all over the world are commenting as they're watching this broadcast. Let's see if we can pull up some of those comments and see what people are saying. All right. Float number 15, All Things Beautiful 1979. 15 A and B. This is another double-decker float. Looks like another tandem float. They're throwing this year t-shirts, frisbees, fanny packs. It's all
guys are excited about their
recyclable.
t-shirts. Everybody wants a t-shirt. Footballs, hats, flowers. The next band is the Kentwood High School Mighty Roo. Kentwood is a town about an hour from New Orleans. Float number 16, Things with Wings 2016. Float number 16. That looks like a pelican. We celebrated a pelican earlier in one of the earlier Things with Wings 2016. Things with Wings. I love that. Beautiful. Big pelican, the state bird. Woo. Lots of throws coming. These are very generous people. So Kelly, we just caught some straw hats. That's pretty sustainable and something you can really use in New Orleans on these sunshiny days.
That's right. We love the sustainable throws this year. All right, here's another marching band coming up, some more dancers. This is the Dolores T. Aaron Academy, Pride of the East, from right here in New Orleans.
This is a great high school band from New Orleans East, and they're the Pride of the East, the Dolores T. Aaron Academy. Great costumes, super colorful, love that green and blue. Let's listen to them play now. And I'm actually, well, let's listen to this band, then I've got some viewer comments. Hello from Ohio, Joyce Connor. We see you out there. We like this band, huh?
I'm looking at some of the viewer comments that are coming in. So we've got someone named Darnell who's saying happy Mardi Gras from San Antonio. I know what it means to miss NOLA. I do too, Darnell. We hope you can come back next year. All right. Float 17. Toth on parade. That looks like a Pat O'Brien's Hurricane right up there. Toth on parade 2006.
There's a captain on the front and a Pat O'Brien's Hurricane glass. The only kind of hurricanes we like are the Pat O'Brien's Hurricanes. So this is a big tandem float with 2 levels again.
we've got another band coming up, St. Joseph Catholic School from Madison, Mississippi. Welcome to New Orleans, St. Joseph Catholic. Let's listen in for a second.
St. Joseph Catholic School Marching Band, Madison, Mississippi. Great music. Oh, and flag twirlers too.
Comments today from Germany, from France, the United Kingdom, California, New York. Thank y'all so much for watching. Float number 18, As the World Turns. These guys are having fun. Look at him.
18. The title is As the World Turns 2020. Again, this is another one of the 14 tandem floats they have with men on either level. Toth has over 2,000 riders, and this is a beautiful parade.
Gambler's Paradise, 1953. This is float number 19, A and B. We just had a comment from someone that says, I'm a Brazilian American. I'm based in Texas and I've been to Carnival in Rio, but Mardi Gras is superb. We agree with you. We hope that you can come and experience Mardi Gras. All right, we've got another music group here coming up. Let's take a listen.
People coming out to have a good time, and they call the hell of what you said. It doesn't matter because the music's still playing. Fellas at the bar, ladies in the center, they get loose through the spring and the winter. Check the time and the current location. Have people coming on out
Okay, all right. These are the military veterans. Thank you for your service.
World War II Museum right here in New Orleans. These look like some Army veterans. You can visit nationalworldwar2museum.org.
One of the best museums in the country dedicated to World War II. It's right here in downtown New Orleans, and it could take you 3 days to see it all. But if you just have an afternoon, come on down. Visit us here in New Orleans.
All right, float number 20. This is actually a triple float, A, B, and C. The way we roll. Look at this one. Oh my gosh. This one probably has 75 or 80 riders, I would guess.
And they're throwing nice little straw
huge.
brimmed hats. Perfect for today, Kelly. We needed those today at noon.
I know. It's actually kind of cooling off a little bit. It's getting kind of cool out here now.
It's going to be a perfect night tonight.
We were out earlier. The sun was shining. We were kind of getting warm, but now it's a nice cool breeze.
Wow. A triple
Look at this float. How elaborate.
This is a triple tandem float. It's huge. It must carry 100 riders.
All right. Another talented group, the Achille Academy of New Orleans. Achille Academy of New Orleans. Teamwork, grit, excellence, enthusiasm, and kindness. What great things to stand for. Let's listen to this band.
All right, here we go. This is float number Mythological Divinities and Demigods. It's a repeat float. It's really amazing. And this must be float number 20. Again, a tandem float. Look at this huge float. Mythological Divinities and Demigods, 1948. That was a theme from the past parade, as all of these have been. Beautiful. beautiful. Look at the colors. Again, they've got gold leaf and silver leaf on them so that as it gets later today, they'll shine. Huge floats. They're throwing great prizes. Hula hoops are next. Here comes float number 22, Toth Tells Tales, 1993. Again, this is a two-story float, quite beautiful. Costuming in this parade has been extraordinary, and the generosities of the crew have been extraordinary. 42 floats. Wow! Just got whacked here. You have to look out. Okay, this is Legends and Lore of the Sea, 1969. So this entire parade is a retrospect of everything that Toth has done in the last 75 years. This is their anniversary. This is a tandem float, two-story. Ask George if he can hear me on two. Legends and Lore of the Sea, 1969. So this is a retrospective of the 75 years of Toth. All right, here we go. Look at these men throwing confetti our way. What a great parade. If you haven't been to New Orleans, you need to come on down. We are built to host here, and we are proud to sponsor this NOLA.com broadcast of the three parades today. We're being, beanbags and everything. A lot of sustainable throws, I'm noticing. It's not just beads anymore. It's hats, it's balls, it's T-shirts. The next float is number 24. Toth remembers 1987. So this should be really fun. Look how colorful. Beautiful red decor with a gold leaf. And these guys are ready to roll. These are traditional costumes. You don't see a lot of them. You don't see the hair of the gentleman. You don't see anything but a mask and some eyes that are cut out. Look how beautiful. You have got to come to New Orleans for Mardi Gras soon. I'm so glad so many people are listening around the world to us. We're really pleased to be sponsored by Entergy today. So coming up next is a famous New Orleans dance group. They're almost as famous as the 610 Stompers. They're called the Pussyfooters. And I just love watching the Pussyfooters. It's a huge crew and one of the earliest crews, created about 12 years ago. Okay, everyone, we're about to change the stream, so you need to hold on. We'll be right back in just a few minutes. Again, Pussyfooters. Dancing through New Orleans.